Hi there. How's it going? Who's here tonight? Hey Neon, what's up? What's up Marauders? What's up Karthik? Welcome, welcome everybody. It's good to see you all. Get this stuff set up properly. Nice. Columbus, hello. Ace the Donut, hello. Sarah, what's up? Acid. Dr. Space Cape, how's it going? Spooky time indeed. Guybrush, what's up? Welcome to the show. You guys having a good night? Who's here? Forehead cam, of course. Well, friends, welcome, welcome, welcome. Oh, the music's so intense. Why is the music so intense? All right, I hope everybody got in their spooky homebrew. Looks like we got 39 submissions this week. Ooh, I'm closing it now. No more responses in 3, 2, 1. Hey Gina, what's up, buddy? How are you doing tonight? Oh, why'd the music turn off? There we go. Let's get a little bit more Halloween-y. How's it going, Gina? How's it going, everybody? Friends, tonight we are looking at some Halloween homebrew. This is our last night of a Halloween-themed homebrew of the season. So, if you're somebody that's eager to send me something to look at that is not Halloween-themed, congratulations, you're able to again. Wow, wow, wee, wah. So if you click the link in the description or do the command brew, you should be able to, it looks like Stream Elements isn't here yet. They'll catch up, hopefully. Hopefully they'll get here soon. You know how Stream Elements is. They always take a while. Oh, I'm so curious to read what you're working on, Gina, but I know that it's a secret. And I will respect. Is everybody having a pretty decent night? I'm pretty excited to look at some homebrew. Some Halloween homebrew. And then I'm also excited to look at some other stuff that isn't Halloween homebrew after this week. I had an unusual occurrence. That I'm not sure if I should share about on stream or not, but I'm inclined to. But I think I shall not. Sometimes best to keep the personal. I'll tell you one thing. Here, I'll tell you one thing. I'll share one thing. I'll share one personal thing. The one personal thing that I'll share is that my nephew had a birthday, and I got him an axe as a present. So, you guys want to see the axe that I got him for his birthday? Just to be clear, this nephew has just turned 2. This is a 2-year-old. But I got him this for his birthday. And I'm pretty excited to have gotten him it. I don't normally share the personal things. But I was pretty proud of that present. I know. 2-year-old is a little bit young for an axe. I understand. But it's you know, it's good to start training young. That's what I always say. And it's a little axe. It's perfect for him. I think we'll see where he's at with the interest in the axe at 3. If he's still really interested in that sort of thing, maybe we'll get him a helmet. If his interests have gone in a very divergent direction, we will get something that more adheres to those new interests, you know? I find that when a child is very young and you're trying to encourage them to like the things you like, you can push a little, but you don't want to push too hard. So this is the little push. This is the little baby push. This is the like, do you like playing with an axe? Let's just see. Let's just see if you like it. Because if you do like it, my God, I have so many wonderful things to show you. And if you don't like it, I'm going to learn what you like. And if I'm not interested in it, I'll pretend I am. And that's called being an uncle. Now you gotta say, I gotta ask you a question. He's definitely not level 5 yet. We'll see if he gets there. If he doesn't like the axe, maybe he'll like a katana. You know, I'm gonna be honest with you guys here. I feel like a katana is like a played out weapon to buy someone as a gift. I feel like it's too on the nose. You know, I'm much more of a fan of an axe or a mace. I think a mace is a fantastic present because that speaks to a whole other side of weapon presence. You know, the bludgeoning. To be honest, to be very, very honest with you, do you know what the absolute best weapon to either give or get as a gift is? And it's the hardest one to find, I think, of that's an actual one, is a warhammer. As someone who has, on occasion, spent a silly amount of money, not a silly, a reasonable silly amount of money, or was open to it at least, to buy weapons because they're fun, for the life of me, I couldn't find a really genuine, like, built to withstand use warhammer. Couldn't find one. Could find swords, could find all sorts of weird stuff, could find all sorts of weird stupid stuff, like I don't know, I don't know, every imagination of weapon that's like a fantasy weapon you can find, but I couldn't for the life of me find a warhammer. Maybe one day. Because I do feel like if I was to be somebody that needed to wield a weapon in real life, in this flesh vessel, as far as I am aware of its capabilities, I feel like a warhammer is the weapon that it should wield. I don't feel like a sword makes the most sense. I think I don't even, and I don't think like a big halberd makes the most sense either. I feel like a warhammer for this guy. You know? We want something that you can kind of swing fast, but that you can really put your body into, and that you're not accidentally gonna cut yourself with really badly. You know, you can kind of go a little crazy with it. Because if I can't go a little crazy with it, I'm gonna be in trouble. Because you know I'm gonna go a little crazy with it. And I don't want to hurt myself. That's madness. Did I ever tell you about the time I bought my sister a crossbow and she hurt her thumb really badly with it, and then my parents said I couldn't buy weapons for my siblings anymore as gifts? Do you think that is what... I wonder if that's what sparked this being the second birthday present I got this kid. Because he is my sister's son. That's true. Exactly, Charles. Nephew is not a sibling. That's what I'm talking about. They crossed the crossbow off the list? Yeah. You've always wanted a super cool spear? I think that... I'm going to be real... I think that if you're going to buy a spear, you don't actually need to buy a spear. You just need the spear head. Because a real spear, you want to actually have it be able to dislodge from the shaft. You couldn't make it to last stream? That's okay. Listen, man, I stream a lot. You don't need to make it to every stream. It is fine. You forgot to submit for one this week? That's okay. The submission form is in the diddly-doo for the below. Oh, you know what I should also put, probably? Here, let me do one thing before we start. On the subreddit, I have a question that I posed, and I want people to answer it because this week on stream, we're going to be doing some stuff that I want you guys to participate in if you want to. Which is... we're going to be doing some home brewing of making magical boons. And we're going to talk about what that whole idea even is. And I want you guys... Here. suggest magic boons for stream homebrewing. I want you guys to share your thoughts on what ideas you might want us to use for them. I think that'll be pretty cool. I don't have a medieval local arms dealer. No, I don't. Where do I get my weapons? All sorts of places. Shadowy realms. I prefer to get my weapons in the shadow realms. You're too tired? Go to sleep. You don't need to stay awake. You guys want to see the wheel? Boom! Behold it. You also want a rope dart. As a kid, you'd tie a heavy-ish object to practice moving around. I've seen a couple people using those rope dart things on the old TikTok. And let me tell you, it looks pretty impressive. It's a pretty impressive looking diddly-do. I'm gonna burp soon. You see yourself? Yes, everybody who submitted should see themselves on the wheel. If you did not submit, you probably won't see yourself. How much are axes? Depends on what kind of axe you're getting, I guess. I think what's your goal with your axe? You know, are you buying a wood cutting hatchet? Are you buying something like a fancy looking piece that you want to hang up in your house? Are you buying a LARPing axe where it's really made of foam and not really made of metal? There's a mirror on your desk. Be careful. While I got you, do you want to chat building Pathfinder characters together on Halloween? Gina, maybe. I'm going trick-or-treating with my buddy and his kid. So I don't know how late that will go, but I'm planning on streaming afterwards. I just don't know if that means it'll be streaming at like 10 o'clock at night or streaming at like 9 o'clock at night or at like 7 o'clock at night or what time of night it'll mean. But I'm down. Can't talk much tonight because of homework. Oof, the work of home. Axe is an arcane axe. Legit. Like a real axe. There's a lot of types of real axes. You know that, right? There's like wood cutting hatchets. There's wood splitters. There's like two-handed axes. There's like fireman axes. There's like a whole slew like. If you're looking for an axe that looks like a cool axe, like it looks like a fancy, not a fancy, but like a medieval axe, that's a very different thing than just like a functional axe. A functional axe you can get at Home Depot for probably like 12 bucks. And that'll be better for you if you're trying to like chop wood. And if you want like a fancy medieval looking thing, they'll probably be a lot more expensive and they will probably break if you try to chop wood with them. Because most of them aren't really intended to be used. They're mostly intended to be hung up. But if I were you, and you are under the age of 18, I would ask your parents first. Yeah, you could just buy a normal hatchet and do your own inscriptions on it. Your home group isn't playing that night. Okay, cool. I'll let you know, for sure. What am I going to be? What am I going as for Halloween? I think I'm going to dress as a human. I think I'm going to do full body costume. Watched someone use a real wacky axe with built-in cams. Well, that's probably... I wonder if that's intended to split wood, though. Ask parents for permission. Exactly. Alrighty. Let's give her a spin. I wonder if it's going to do the thing that I hate. Oh my god. Listen. Listen. Guys, I know that you will all have feelings about the wheel making noise. And I like to think that aside from when on the occasion I get a little bit too feisty, I mostly am good to you. So I think it's okay that I'm going to let you not get the noise this time. I'm okay with it. I'm okay to take this one. Should I also dress as a human if you hop on stream? Only if you want to. Only if you want to. You don't have to. How's the volume, by the way? I feel like the music's way louder than it normally is, but that actually might just be my headphones. These new noises are golden. You are too kind. I don't think Chad is ready for your true... Yeah, listen, I only show them two-dimensional versions of mine. Let's see what Bildo is bringing to the table. Some SCP stuff you made from Reddit suggestions. Oh, cool. I should check. I checked out the Reddit, but you guys should all check out the Reddit too. Oh, this is you telling everyone to check out the Reddit, not me. I always forget that I am often not the one that you guys are talking to. There, I typed it in wrong, but I typed it in wrong. Let me click it. Let me click it, Popper. There you go. That's probably a better way to click it. All right, Gina, you're great. Good luck with your writing. I will say this, Gina. I'll say this. Listen. I know you come from a writing background, so I'm sure you don't need to hear this. But I will say that you should always kill at least a couple of your darlings. So if you feel like you have too much in there, and you're like, I love everything, you have to harness the Bone Oracle. You got to harness the Bone Oracle, and you got to be like, which of these darlings can go? And that's a rough question because and maybe that's not true because I don't work with real editors that much, but my guess would be that if you kill some of the darlings, then you have more agency over which of the darlings get killed. As opposed to if you give it fully to the editor, they might kill a different darling. I don't know. That might not be good logic. So maybe ignore everything I just said, but that's where my head goes. I think it makes me think of like the way television show people will sort of work with production companies when they're filming something. They're trying to figure out how to get the things they want in the thing. You know? I don't know. All right. Anyway, let's take a look at this piece. The SCP Foundation. Do you guys know what the SCP Foundation is? Bye. Go do work. You're driving in the rain? Nice. I don't know. Listen, have I told you guys about my driving experience before? Yeah, they're the jailers. This is true. So the SCP Foundation, if folks that don't know what it is essentially a faux writing, creative writing project / definitely is real, where it documents all of these anomalous things, and the whole sort of gimmick behind it is that most of the stories in it are a little bit larger than life. They explore pretty out there ideas if those things were like looked at through the lens of like a government organization. It's a very, very cool piece of writing thing in general. I highly recommend y'all checking it out if you haven't seen it before. But also, it's something that I've seen a lot of people want to make D&D homebrew out of and talk about it. And I'm going to be honest, I say that a lot and I'll say it again. A lot of it would be pretty hard to make into D&D stuff. We looked at the Shadow one already, actually, I think. Maybe we looked at the Whispers. I don't know what we looked at already. We could look at the Shadow Labyrinth, or let's look at, what do you guys want to look at? We're not going to look at the one that says me. That's silly. We can let's look at the first one. Let's look at the Shadow Labyrinth. But the whole thing is the SCP Foundation. It's always like, there's a monster that can only move when you're looking at it. Or there's a monster that if you see a picture of it, it knows exactly where you are and will chase you across the universe. Or whatever. And they're sort of these extreme stories. And they're a lot of fun. One of the scariest SCP stories, in my opinion, is called something like The Red. And it's about a guy who gets stuck between dimensions and is just not able to interact with anything, but is conscious and present. And it's sort of about what happens when you are a consciousness that literally is in a void of darkness and can't do anything forever, and you just go crazy. It's pretty intense. The only thing he has is like half a computer monitor console with like a little red light, which is why it's called The Red. I forget what it's called. I forget the name of the story, but it's an intense one. It's one of those ones where it's like, this isn't fun. This is just scary. Your favorite one is The Redacted? Nice. All right, let's take a look. This is SCP-5091, The Shadow Labyrinth. Beware the path that leads to shadowed halls, where darkness whispers and unseen maws consume all hope and all light, all sanity. in SCP-5091's Endless Nightbound City. Dr. Bleep! Alright. SCP-5091 is an extra-dimensional space accessible through ancient runic doorways. Its internal structure resembles an ever-shifting maze of darkness inhabited by sentient shadows. These entities prey on intruders' fears, leading them to further into the labyrinth until they succumb to madness or become consumed entirely. So, I mean, let's be real. That's pretty SCP Foundation right there. An ever-shifting labyrinth of madness. That's kind of the SCP Foundation in a nutshell. Let's see. SCP-5091 was first encountered in Redacted, where Agent Blank... what is the point of using... What's the intention behind using Redacted in some places and Blank in other places? I wonder if there's an intention to that. Following a trail of disappearances to an old rune-marked door with the basement of an abandoned mansion, the agent, along with the Foundation research team, initially explored the anomalous space, leading to several casualties and a swift implementation of containment protocols. Alright, so let's see. This is more of an encounter than a monster. It seems like I'm a big fan of that in general. Let's see. Encounter guidelines. When characters enter this SCP, they must make a wisdom saving throw every hour they remain inside or risk succumbing to the shadow's fear-inducing effects. Failing 3 saves results in the character's psyche being consumed, rendering them a shadow minion of the SCP. Oof. So you fail 3 saving throws and you're just done. That's kind of intense. What is the saving throw based off of? Let's see. What's the number of the wisdom saving throw? Put that here. That's really important. I don't know how hard this room is. Is this room really hard, or is this room kind of chill? If it's 8, that's pretty chill. If it's 19, oof magoof. Marauders suggests 10. It doesn't matter if it's later, add it there. I agree with that. I don't know if it's later. It just says it doesn't say what the wisdom saving throw is for. It doesn't say if the wisdom saving throw is supposed to be tied to this thing, then it's got to say that. I know that where the DC for what, but I mean, this DC is for this very specific life drain ability, no? I don't think it's tied to anything in here. I would put it here. Even if it's somewhere else, I would put it there. And then these are the shadows. They look sort of shadowy. They're not that strong. They got a bunch of resistances, a bunch of condition immunities. No vulnerabilities, eh? I feel like this would make sense for a radiant vulnerability, but... And then it has life drain, which seems pretty straightforward. Yeah, this is pretty standard life drain. Shadow slip. In response to taking damage, the shadow can move up to its speed without provoking opportunity attack. This is pretty cool. Then containment protocols. So here's what I'll say. Unless there's something missing here, I feel like we're missing out on a pretty big part of the SCP. Where's all the fear and madness stuff? My favorite thing from the game Control was when you'd find a new sheet and be all inked out, except for the phrase, told not to touch. Yeah. Spaghettification. So I would say the main thing that feels like it's missing here is what is this wisdom saving throw? And we need some mechanics for what you describe in terms of the fear-inducing things. Like, what is going on? Where's the madness? Where's the fear? So I want to see a little bit more of that. I think that if your goal is to make something that truly feels like an SCP encounter, you need to build more of that encounter into the core mechanics a little bit. The only mechanics that we have really, aside from the stat block, which is a fine stat block, it's very similar to it's basically, it's pretty standard ghosty type stat block. Is this. And I think we need a little bit more. Just a little bit more. Those stats should be higher. I don't think the stats need to be higher. Yeah, it's a CR2. I think it's fine. You thought the maze had a stat block. No, this is like, no, it looks like it doesn't. This is like another piece. So yeah, I mean, listen, I love the idea of a maze of madness that people get lost in and have it be ever shifting. But I think we need to see a little bit more of that in the mechanics here, because as current state, it's essentially just a room where every hour you roll a saving throw and a big scary ghost. So those are my thoughts, Bildo. Thank you very much for sharing. Wait, we got to get our spooky... Oh my god. We don't have the zombies ready. This is the last night of the zombies, guys. Isn't that so sad? Are you guys going to miss the zombies when they're gone? Are you guys going to be so sad when we just have regular applause again? Let's hear it for Bildo. Brains. 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 I love how conflicting the the brains are. One thing that I think you could do here is you could introduce maybe like a madness type table, or you could have some sort of effect where after a certain amount of time, like you know, every 10 minutes the dungeon master rolls a die, and then depending on the roll, the maze shifts. Or you could even put in mechanics for how players would potentially encounter shadows. There's a handful of things you could do. I'm not super familiar with this SCP, but if the main thing is that it's like a moving maze, I would say we need to lean more into the moving. All right. Thank you, Bildo. We could change it to Jingle Bells for Christmas. Guys, I got ideas. Don't you worry. We're going to do all sorts of stuff. You guys are going to get so... I got lights. I just got new lights, Christmas lights to hang out. Are we doing turkey gobbles for Thanksgiving? That's a great idea. Let's see if we have turkey gobbles. I mean, we have... I have turkey squawks. That's a turkey. But that's not a gobble. Let me see if I have other... Let me see if I have any gobbles. I don't think any of these are going to be gobbles. Yeah, we'll do turkey squawks. But I don't have it's crazy that I have turkey... What is this? Yeah, no, I don't have gobbles. I just have honks. What is this world coming to? When you can have turkey honks, but no gobbles. What kind of madness are we living in? It's out of control. I can't stand it. I won't stand it. Oh, creds. Let's take a look. Slurgoth is one of the big bads in my world. I thought I'd share his item before my players get their hands on them. All right, let's take a look. This is called Slurgoth's Fingers? Gross. That's kind of great. I love that. A magic item that's fingers? Okay, I'm here for that. There exists more than 10 fingers... There exist more than 10 figures given that Slurgoth replaces his lost limbs with that of flesh corpses. That sentence is... You know that sentence is fucked, right? There exist more than 10 fingers given that Slurgoth replaces his lost limbs with that of fresh corpses. I genuinely don't understand what the fuck you mean by that sentence. It is broken, though. It don't make no sense. I feel like there's at least 3 things that can move around. Okay. So, do you mean that Slurgoth has replaced his limbs with corpses? Or that, like, what the fuck are you trying to say? All right, so figure that out, then say whatever that's supposed to mean. Slurgoth will break off a few of his fingers and gift them to powerful undead. This might be done right before a battle to make it more enjoyable to watch, or simply for the undead to survive in undeath longer. So, okay. The undead does not need to be his subordinate for him to give them fingers. Listen. This is. I'm not okay. I mean, this is all sort of fine. It's very straightforward. I really don't know what fix this. Make this say something. Jimbo, we don't need to be rude. We don't need to be rude. We can say this writing can be tightened up, or we could say this writing can be a little bit more evocative, but we're not just going to say this is bad writing. That's not helpful or kind in any way. Sometimes I might say that, but I'm the only one that's allowed to. But yeah, there's a little bit, this is definitely a clonky, my guy. There's some clonk. There's some serious clonk happening here. And I sort of feel like, who's the flavor text for? It's okay. Let's take a look at this item. It's a wondrous item, and it's uncommon. Okay? A bonus action to swallow. The positive effects are doubled if it's consumed by undead. Okay, so there's a bunch of different ones. Let's see. You become... So there's a thumb, an index finger, a middle finger, a ring finger, a little finger. You become pale and gaunt as a dark fog wraps around your body. You sacrifice 10 HP or 20 HP to gain double in temporary HP. So, like... Okay, immediate question. Is this a one-time use item? And is it a bonus action to activate it? Or is it a bonus action to swallow it and then you can just do this new feature? So, you have to... If you want this to be like a one-time use item, you gotta clarify that. Because right now, that is not clear. Let's see. Index finger. Your skin becomes pale, easily rips apart, and hairs fall off your head. You also, like, you need some more... You need a period here, please, for the love of God. I've done this before, but I'll do it again. You know, familiarize yourself with this button and this button. They're two important ones when it comes to writing, and it will make your writing a lot more clear. Yeah. Once if damage reduces a creature to 0 hit points, it must make a con saving throw with a DC of 3 plus the damage taken. On a success, the creature drops to 10 hit points instead. This is really clunkily worded. I'm going to be honest, all of this is really clunkily worded. So there are features in D&D that do things like this. If I were you, I would look those up. So for example, the half-orc has a feature like this. Half-orc endurance. There's, Barbarian has a feature like this. There's a handful of other things. The Oath of Ancients Paladin has a feature like this. So the way that you would word that is something along the lines of, the next time you drop to 0 hit points, you make a Constitution saving throw with a DC of 3 plus the damage taken. On a success, you are not dropped to 0 hit points and instead gain 10 or something like that. I would also say that this is not an uncommon item. This is so much stronger than this that it's crazy. So this is like minimum very rare. Middle finger. Thick maggots appear on different parts of your skin, giving you 1d8 necrotic damage to you. Giving you... Listen to how that sounds, my guy. And this is what I mean why we want to work on our sentence structure. Different parts of your skin, giving you 1d8 damage to you for the next 3 turns. What does that mean? Does that mean you take 1d8 necrotic damage for the next 3 turns? Or does that mean you deal an extra 1d8 necrotic damage? This is one of the... People give me a hard time about sentence structure and grammar, but this is why it matters. Because if you're not being clear with your sentence structure, we don't know how the feature works. So you're saying yeah, but yeah means nothing to me. What I would say is if this is intended to deal damage to you, you would say thick maggots appear on different parts of your skin, period. You take 1d8 damage at the start of your turn for the next 3 rounds. Turns are different than rounds, and if you're taking damage, you need to be very clear when that damage is taken. You take that damage. If it's you deal that damage, then you need to say you deal an additional 1d8 necrotic damage whenever you make and then you clarify what type of attack, or on all of your whatever types of attacks, melee attacks, spell attacks, attack rolls if you want it to just be everything, weapon attacks if you don't want spells to be included. for the next 3 rounds. Not 3 turns, 3 rounds. Because a turn is every single person. So if I have a turn, and then your turn, and then the next person has a turn, so it's 3 turns before it comes back, because the round is all of the turns. So make sure you're getting your wording correct. After the first turn, the maggots will start to pupate and become flies. At the end of your turn, again, when the fuck is this happening? After the first turn? So what does that mean? So does that mean this happens the next round? When is this happening? Dealing 2d8, 2d6 necrotic damage to all hostile creatures within 30 feet for 5 turns. Yeah, so I'm going to say the feedback that I gave you about how you need to clarify this, you need to do that for the whole thing. All of this needs to be clarified. And don't use the right phrases. Don't use for turns when you're talking about rounds. Don't use rounds when you're talking about turns, etc. Listen, in terms of what it does, what does it actually do? You swallow a thing, you take some damage for 3 rounds, and then for 5 rounds, you deal a little bit more damage to everyone within 30 feet of you. It's a neat idea for an item, I think. I think it's a little bit overcomplicated in how I actually don't think it's overcomplicated. I think it feels overcomplicated because of the way that it's written. But I think that it's a pretty straightforward item. Again, nowhere near as powerful as this one, in my opinion. All of these, like, I'm also curious, like, why do these have downsides and this one doesn't? If you want these things to be sort of uniform, they either all should have a bit of a downside and upside, or just all have upside. Or the downside, upside one, the upside really needs to feel bigger. A spectral ring, ring looking like a finger appears on your ring finger. Where the fuck is the... Come on, man. Periods, commas. Let's fucking go. The next time you fail a saving throw, you instead succeed. Your weapons, you deal an additional 1d5 necrotic damage for 5 rounds. Why use rounds here and turns the rest of it? Okay, so here's what I'm going to say. Main feedback. Main feedback is I disagree. Aside from all the grammar stuff, let's just talk mechanics. I disagree pretty strongly with having stuff take place in like 3 rounds, 5 rounds. It's confusing. It's very rarely do things work like that in D&D, because most of the time things are done in increments of either 1 round or 1 minute, which is 10 rounds or more. The way that these abilities work, I think it's totally reasonable for this one to last a minute, and I think it's totally reasonable for this one to last a minute. But yeah, that's my main... I think you're going to do a lot for yourself if you get your writing tightened up a little bit in terms of, like, clarity. But in terms of what the things actually do in like, base mechanics, I think they're all pretty solid, pretty simple, straightforward items. They don't feel like they're on the same level of power at all, though. This one, I think, is probably the worst one. This one's pretty solid. This one's really good. This one is situationally pretty good, and this one's pretty good. So, I'm not sure if your goal is to have them all be balanced or not, but I would just think about that if I were you. And I would encourage you to lean more into they all have a downside on top of an upside. Or maybe make it so instead of all of the features doubling for the undead, maybe they only have a downside for non-undead creatures using them. So if you're not undead, you just get the upside. If you are undead, you get... Or if you're not undead, you get the upside and the downside. If you're an undead, you just get the upside. Think about maybe building it out like that. And those are my main thoughts. That's how I feel about it. I hope that's somewhat helpful. Are the fingers cherry flavored? Almost certainly. Almost certainly. All right, let's hear it for Crids and their bone fingers. Thank you, Crids. Brains, brains, brains. Brains, brains, brains. Done. An interesting little thing. I like weird, spooky magic items, and I like magic items that are like almost better if you are a monster. I feel like that's a good way to have monsters use magic items and players use them and have it sort of balance itself out a little bit. Yeah, solid. Very solid. Very solid. Alrighty. Give her a spin. Click. Clickety, clickety, clickety. Ooh, Mad Miko. Mad Miko. Okay, Mad Miko. See what you got for it. Hi, this is my first attempt at writing a homebrew subclass, so any advice on the design would be appreciated. All right, let's take a look. Dread casting. That's a cool name. I like the name a lot. I also like the aesthetic of the page. Good color scheme. Welcome, Bildo. How's it going, buddy? Bildo, everybody that was on my podcast was super appreciative of all the questions you were asking. People were very very grateful to have you interacting. No, this is not Rasta. This is dread, I think, like woe. Like agony, like fear. How did the podcast talk go? Yeah, I'm on a podcast called Unbalanced Encounters. Here, go check it out if you want to. Here's the website. You can go listen to it if you want to. Or go listen to it wherever podcasts are. I play a big robot named Guard. It is on Spotify. It's called Unbalanced Encounters. But yeah, we had a interview, sort of a catch-up show today on the YouTube channel. We also have a YouTube channel. And it was pretty fun. It was a good time. Let's take a look at this arcane tradition of dread casting, shall we? When archivists uncovered documents about a lost order of spellcasters who specialized in using magic to cause an intense, debilitating dread in their enemies, a new eccentric order of wizards rose to revive the tradition. Oh, that feels like too long a sentence, but it's fine, but it's too long. These dreadcasters and those who train under them fuse the principles of enchantment and illusory magic to specialize in inducing fear. Cool. It's very edgy. Yeah, it's super edgy. This is definitely an edgy boy for sure. We like a little bit of edge every now and then. Yeah, spooky magic, exactly. Spooky magic. Be careful, lest ye get spooked by the magic of the spooky magic. Hey Josh, what's up, my guy? How's it going? Joff, the joke wasn't funny the first time. It's certainly not funny the second. You're well? Good. I'm glad you're well. Scare tactics. Did I post this in the Discord, by the way? Or in the thingy? Here. There you go. I think we're having a pretty fun stream. We've only looked at a piece so far, I think. Or 2 pieces. Not much. Just a little bit. We looked at 2 pieces. You hope your boss made it onto the wheel? When did you post it? Is this... Well, you're not Mad Miko. If you're here, they're here. Alright, let's take a look. Scare tactics. Your studies in the triggers and mechanisms of fear gave you the ability to be threatening even without using magic. You can give yourself a bonus to intimidation checks equal to your proficiency bonus. You know what? This is fine, but can I make an alternative suggestion that I feel like is a really easy one? Why your proficiency bonus? This is sort of just like it's like you could get. It's like it just makes you a. If I were you, I would if I were you, I would suggest making it not equal to your proficiency bonus. Make it equal to your intelligence modifier. That's what I would do. It's called Lady Rain. I don't think I saw it yet. Yeah, I agree, Databank. I think instead of making it equal to your proficiency bonus, make it equal to your intelligence modifier. I feel like that's going to be a lot smoother. Yeah, and that's the whole idea. It's like literally your studies make you better at it. So that would be, I think that would work really well. Yeah, just do that. Fear Stitching, 2nd level. You've learned to weave fear into your magical attacks. When you hit a creature with any spell attack that targets creatures, you can force the target to make a wisdom saving throw against your spell save DC. On a failed save, it is frightened of you until the end of your next turn. Ooh. Interesting. I like this. Should it be infinite in use? Should it be infinite in use? And on top of that, if we make it not infinite in use, I think we could make it stronger. Spell attacks are, I mean, it depends on the spells you take. This is what I would do if I were you. I would not make it infinite in use. I would make it limited in use. And I would basically make it so whenever you hit a creature with a spell attack or a creature failed a saving throw against one of your spells. So that way you could do something like, let's say you have double your intelligence modifier uses per day or something like that. Some amount that is more than a little bit, but not over amount. You could do something where it's like, let's say you have 6 uses a day. You fireball. If you hit 4 people in the fireball, you could use 4 of your 6 uses for that day to hit 4 of those people with it. Or you could just use 1 use to hit 1 use. You like how it's infinite? Wizards need infinite over non-infinite. Even then, spell attacks are very, very rare, meaning it's fine to be infinite. All right, so do you guys think it's better to keep it just spell attacks and leave it infinite? All right. Chat disagrees with me. That's fine. I accept. Trudosio suggests when you cast a 1st level spell or higher, you can choose to have the target become frightened. Databank disagrees. Ooh, the contention. Guys, oh, look at this. This little axe. I found it. Morning, Naomi. What's up? You're off to work? The night shift. Oh yeah, be careful. All right, let's keep going. I think, but let's be real. Both of these features are pretty neat. They both work pretty well. They're very simple. But simple is kind of fine for a wizard a lot of the time, so long as they introduce a new idea, a new mechanic, something they encourage, you know, like the bonus to intimidation encourages gameplay. I don't know, it's good. You think having it scale with slots would be fine? You guys are talking crazy talk. Are you the only one who really likes tequila and apple juice? I don't like tequila and anything. I don't like any alcohol. It all tastes gross. That's not true. I like whiskey a little bit sometimes. Tequila is not a drink I like the taste of, but tequila is a great drink if you want to have a crazy party night. Then it's pretty good. But it's not a sipper for me. Warm cognac? Nah, I'm good. I'm not a man of taste. I'm a man of chocolate milk and ice cream. Apple juice does make everything good. If I was gonna do an apple juice drink though, I would do like a warm whiskey cider. That's my apple juice drink of choice. Alcohol bad? I used to be an alcohol fine person. I just don't drink anymore. I'll give you an example. The other night I had 1 beer and I got so tired and I was just like, I'm just gonna go to bed. I think I can only really drink in party situations anymore, which I don't go to as many as I used to. I'm sure there will be some drinking at PAX Unplugged. My guess is that will be a time for some hecticness, hopefully. Gin and chocolate milk? If I'm doing a chocolate drink, I want a White Russian. Warm brandy releases a lot of scents and just tastes smoother. I don't know if I like the smell or taste of alcohol though, at all. Like the nicest drink I ever had was a pretty nice cocktail, and I remember thinking this would taste so much better without alcohol. It's like this would be some really good juice if it didn't have alcohol in it. White Russians are good. White Russians are really good. Also, what's the name of the drink? There's a I forget what it's called, but there's another chocolatey drink that I really like. I like chocolate. I'm a chocolate man. Chocolate, ice cream, beef jerky, a mudslide. I don't know if it's called a mudslide, but that's a funny name for a drink. Mudslide. I like that name for a drink. Yeah, you boys want a mudslide? All right, let's take a look at this 6th level feature. As I scratch my nose. Yeah, exactly. After Taco Bell. Phantom Dread. You are able to tap into the nightmares of a creature within 60 feet and use it against them. As an action, you can create an illusory, immobile manifestation of the target's deepest fears, visible only to it. A construct or undead is immune to this effect. The creature must make a wisdom saving throw against your wizard spell save DC. On a failed save, the target is frightened of the manifestation, believing it to be real. The target rationalizes any illogical outcomes from interacting with it. What spell is this taken from? There's a spell that does this. Phantasmal Force, I think. You have to concentrate on the illusion, which lasts up to 10 minutes. As a bonus action, you can move the illusion up to 15 feet. At the end of each of the target's turns before the spell ends, they have to make a wisdom saving throw. On a successful save, the spell ends. Is this why? What is this? Why is there a spell here? What's going on here? All right, I'll pretend you're here. I'll pretend you're here. This just feels like Phantasmal Force, doesn't it? But it's not doing any damage. Because Phantasmal Force does damage. Look, it's your first time writing Homebrew, and I think if you're going to do something like take inspiration from a spell or ability, I think that's fine to start, but I would encourage you to push it farther. I think this is still too similar to Phantasmal Force. It feels too similar to it, in my opinion. Maybe make it not require concentration. Maybe let it do some extra effects. Something. It's just too similar to it, in my opinion, right now. Because essentially what it is right now is it's proficiency bonus uses of an ability to frighten people, but we already also get this ability to frighten people. So I'd like this to feel like it was something different. You could almost treat it sort of like an illusion wizard, where illusion wizards, they gain the ability to do more with illusion spells than normal. So what if, like this wizard, you started to be able to give creatures more effects if they were frightened? So like what if, for example, at 6th level, whenever a creature becomes frightened of you, or a spell or ability you cast, you can choose to give it one of the following additional debuffs. And it could be like, it can't speak, or it can't move, or, you know what I mean? So you could make it like, because at the end of the day, what is the fear mechanic? It's a control mechanic. So I would say lean into making you better at doing that, and not just making it more ways of essentially doing the same thing. Does that make sense? I hope so. Terrifying Presence. You gain the ability to weave your magic into an aura that can be crippling to other creatures. When a creature moves to a space you can see within 10 feet of you, it must succeed on a wisdom saving throw. or become frightened of you until the end of your next turn. See, now we're just sort of like, this is just sort of, I'm going to say the same thing I said before. Honestly, same feedback for what I just said for the last one. This is just doing more of the same thing. There's not, now we have 3 abilities that all do the same thing, and they don't stack. They don't make the thing we do better. It's a little bit, I would say it's too much we're too one note. We're too one note. Let's look at the 14th level feature. You've become more experienced at using your Phantom Dread. You can now activate the Phantom Dread feature as a bonus action, okay? And you cannot cast spells or other cantrips until the end of your next turn, okay? What's the point of using it as a bonus action if we can't cast spells or other cantrips? Then what are we intended to do with that action? When you use Fear Stitching, when you use the Fear Stitching feature on a creature affected by Phantom Dread, what is Fear Stitching for this? Is this an action? No, it's a spell. It becomes stunned. Okay. Additionally, when you, that's a little, I would almost say that's almost too much in one direction. Additionally, when you use your Phantom Dread feature, you can choose to increase its potency with one of the following benefits. The illusion can be seen up to 3 creatures. The range and effect is extended by 120 feet. Each target of the failed save takes 4d10 psychic damage. 10th level should improve the fear we get at 2nd level, making people flee or stiffen or something. Then you can choose a number equal to your intelligence modifier when you cast a leveled spell to frighten. Yeah, you could do something like that. Yeah, I feel like the 10th level feature and the 14th level feature probably just need a total rework if I were you. I would make the 6th level feature do something a little bit more distinct. Yeah, those are my thoughts. Those are my thoughts. I like the idea, and for a first piece of homebrew, I think it's pretty interesting. I think you're missing your shot with this feature almost entirely, though. I would just drop this one. And I think that while a Terrifying Presence aura is a cool idea, we don't need it at this level. Yeah, those are my thoughts. Not a lot more. The Arcane Dread casting. I think it's a very cool vibe. I think the vibe is strong. But I think, as I said, and I think some people said in the chat, we need to focus in a little bit more on more specific features. It's sort of like, oh, here's 100 different ways to frighten people, and now it suddenly stuns, and also maybe does one of these extra things. I feel like we want to start tying things in earlier. All right, thank you very much for your piece. Let's give him a round of applause. Where's my brains music? Round of applause. Thank you, Madmiko. I disagree, Marauders. I think it's a totally practical build. I just think it needs to be doing more. But I think having something based on fear could work very well. We just need to make it more of a holistic thing, so not every single feature is directly tied to fear. If a wizard gets a strong infinite 2nd level ability, they usually improve it at 10th. Yeah. I mean, that's sort of how the War Mage works. That might have been what you meant, but that's not what you said, and people don't know what you mean. They know what you say, you silly goof. All right, let's give her a spin. All right, next is Warden. I made these the past week for Haunted Arcana, but they fit the Halloween theme very well. It's 2 main monsters, Dr. Frankenstein and Candy Mimics. All right, let's take a look. The haunted creatures. I missed some crabs, it sounds like. A good secret twist is if you make these things double columned, they will look better. With some proper tuning, I could see someone using it for a Batman build. Yeah, I would. If I was going to make that a Batman, I would probably do a multi-class. Because if you're going to be Batman, you need some martial arts and stuff, too. My wife made a mimic cake for a local game store. That's awesome. It was filled with candy gems. That's really cool. That's really cool. Oh, man. I love that idea. Mimic cake. All right. What was I going to do? Turn into a giant lizard and scare you all? No. No, I can't do that. That would be crazy if I could do something like that. Are you chill now? I have no idea. I think it takes a while for people to become chill. Sometimes it takes a lifetime. One might argue that at the end of the day, all we really are doing is in a perpetual state of attempting to find chill. That's sort of the meaning of life, one could argue. How long will this stream be, and will there be timestamps? You might have to go. There might be timestamps. There sometimes are, there sometimes aren't. And it's only 8:30. So the stream will probably go for at least, I don't know, 3 more hours? 2 more hours minimum? 2 more hours would be if it's on the shorter side, but realistically 3. And depending on how chatty you guys are, it usually keeps my energy up for at least a little bit. Guys, I have some cool stuff coming up, but I can't share it yet. I wish I could. The heat death of the universe, after all, is just a big chill. This is true. More like 4 hours? We'll see. If I want to gush about something, I don't. What do you mean gush about? What about what? About things I'm not allowed to talk about yet? I'm not allowed to talk about them yet. I wonder what will happen if I Google Dr. Frankenstein. Oh my god, who's to say? Hopefully it's just a Stein and not a Franken, if you know what I mean. Alright, so let's take a look at this. The genius of Dr. Frankenstein's stories of long ago came back with a vengeance, and his monster lives, and his living monster in tow. So I'm going to point out a couple. So if you want to do, first of all, I love the art. A+ for the art. This stat block is missing a bunch of stuff. So this, what you have written here is you have the monster's attacks, you have its AC, you have its hit points, and its speed. But you're missing a lot of stuff. You don't have any of its stats, you don't have any of its senses, any of its saving throws, any of its damage resistances, vulnerabilities. Let's just look at any monster, any old monster. Let's look at, let's look at this Elder. So here, look at this. Look at all this thing it has. It has AC and hit points. That's what you have, movement speed. But also it's all of this. It has all of this. And if you're going to make a stat block, you need to include all of those things. We need to see, because how do what happens if I cause fear on Dr. Frankenstein? What does he roll for his wisdom saving throw? You know what I mean? So how does that work? So all of that information we need. He has a melee attack, and also like we don't know what his challenge rating is. So, I mean, I'll say this: he's got a lot of hit points and really bad armor, but his attacks aren't that good. He has 1 attack a turn. It looks like one is Shocking Touch, which deals 3d6 lightning damage, which is not that much if that's the only thing it does. And when used on a undead, it will revive them with as much HP as damage it did. That's a cool idea. But all of this thing is formatted for shit. Inebriated Syringe. It's a melee attack. Piercing damage plus 12 con saving throw. Or become drunk or nothing on a save. What does that mean? So whenever you are trying to add a new mechanic to the game, you need to clarify what that means. If I was going to use this, and I was going to say, it has this special attack that deals 1d8 piercing damage, and the creature has to make a con saving throw, DC 12, or they become drunk. What does that mean? Are they considered poisoned? Do they have disadvantage on some things? If I was going to do this, I probably would give them the poisoned condition. And I would probably not give them the poison condition for that long, or I would allow them to continue to remake the save at the end of each of their turns. But there's a lot missing from this stat block. A lot missing. And then you have this thing where he's got monsters, I guess. He has Frankenstein's monster, which, again, same feedback. You're missing all of the... Like, there's so much information that's missing from this monster. Also, like, its attack is bad. This is not a hulking monster. This is going to be an annoying monster to fight because it has so much hit points, but its attack does such little damage. Radiant or crit will kill? Does that mean if it takes radiant damage once, it will die? Otherwise, any hit reducing the monster's 0 will make a con saving throw with 5+ the damage. It will revive at 1. My God, my brother, there is literally... This has been written out. If an ability has been written out in the game, like, look. Look at this. Just copy the fucking language of this. Why are you rewriting it in a way that's confusing and poorly written? Don't do that. You're like actively making... You know Undead Fortitude exists. You know what it does. You have all the mechanics there. What is the point? What are you trying to do with this piece? Are you just trying to make it harder to read? Or is this like shorthand and this is not really intended to be used? I don't understand. And then it has like a storm thing ability that, like, what do you mean CR1 up here? What the fuck is it? I'm gonna be honest. Your pieces, you are shooting yourself in the foot with your formatting here dramatically, my guy. Dramatically. How do you submit? The link in the video description. Are you trying to submit a piece for tonight, or are you trying to submit a piece for in general? If you're trying to submit a piece for tonight, there are no you had all week, my guy. If you're trying to submit a piece for next week, link in the video description. Yeah, link in the video description. Or here. This should work too. And just to be clear, the pieces that we're looking at for the pieces that we're looking at, 1 second. There's my little chat commands. The pieces that we're looking at next week don't have to be any theme. They can be whatever you want them to be. Yeah, this is so hard to read because of the way that it's formatted. So, like, I'm not even really going to pay attention to any of this information. I'm just going to look at these abilities. Having something have +2 to hit, like, why is it so low? That's so low. That's like a commoner. That's like that. It's a commoner at numbers. Let's see. Giving the last of its necrotic energy, it will give the monster the rest of its hit points. Plus 1d6 as well as 1 attack on nearby enemy. What does that mean? I don't really have a lot of feedback for the mechanics you put forward because I feel like I'm looking at like an outline for a subclass or I feel like I'm looking at like an outline for a monster. Why do you feel like I've gained like a lot of subs? I don't know. Yeah, Joff has been super cringe all night. I'll say we'll give him one more shot. I'll time him out. If his next joke doesn't land, he can take a timeout until he realizes that'd be less cringy. I'm okay with that. I do get subs sometimes. All right, Josh, you can handle your own business. All right, I appreciate that. Yeah, so here's what I'm gonna say. Like, this is fine as a concept, This is fine as an outline for you, the Dungeon Master, for your shorthand, but this is not a usable piece of homebrew, the way that it's written. And it's... The formatting is so in the way that I don't even really know how to, like, give you feedback on... Other than to say, like, all these numbers are really small. Like, feel like way too small. But I can't even really critique them because I don't know what the stats of this monster are. And then he gets extra arms. A +2 to hit is so little, and that's so much damage. That's crazy. That doesn't make sense. So like what a +2 to hit is like nothing. Like a +2 to hit is that means this guy has a +0 to whatever stat he's attacking with. And it means he's less than challenge rating 3. Which so that means like a lot of damage for something so small. Like, these numbers are all out of whack. Like, why are these attacks, like, a +2 to hit, but a 14 saving throw? Like, to be, like, if you were going to be comparable, if you wanted these to be roughly equal, this should be a DC 10 maximum. And, like, a 20-foot cone doing that much damage, that's shockingly stronger than this. So, yeah, the balance is a little all over the place. It's really hard to judge the monster because we don't really see what most of the stat blocks are. That being said, I do think the idea of having a Dr. Frankenstein and a pet monster is very fun and cool. But you will do yourself a million favors by writing this whole thing out as an actual thing. All right, Warden. Thank you for sharing your piece. Dr. Frankenstein. The Frankenstein's doctor. Brains. 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 Click. All right, let's give her a spin. Oh shoot, Tiamat, Mother of Dragons. What's she doing here? I love that Tiamat sent us something to read. That's exciting. Do I want to see something cool? It depends on what it is. Sometimes I do. This is my homebrew boss version of a Banshee. This bad boy, or rather bad girl, has nearly TPK'd my party. And has caused one of the PCs severe trauma because of backstory reasons. Alright. Take a look, you fiends. Let's take a look at this. Let's take a look at this Banshee boss. So, this is like supposed to be a boss version of a Banshee. Let's pull up the regular Banshee too. This is the regular Banshee. Behold. So it's got about 30 more hit points. 20 more hit points, give or take. Pretty much the same saving throws. You know what's an interesting thing? This one doesn't have any saving throws, and this one has 2 saving throws. Why'd you take away the saving throws? Detect life. It can detect life. Ill omen. When initiative is rolled, the Banshee forces one creature it can see to succeed on a charisma saving throw or be cursed. I could say you wouldn't say to succeed on a charisma saving throw. You would say forces one creature to make a charisma saving throw. On a failure, the creature is cursed. While cursed in this way, the creature subtracts 1d8 from the result of any wisdom saving throw it makes. Okay, it's a pretty cool feature. So when it starts initiative, it's like, you're gonna have a bad time. That's pretty cool. It's incorporeal. Aura of hatred. When a creature moves within 5 feet of the Banshee on its turn, it must succeed a DC 14 wisdom saving throw or become frightened by horrific visions until the end of its next turn. If they fail by 5 or more, they are instead stunned for the duration. Once a creature has succeeded or failed on the saving throw, it has advantage on the future, on it in the future. I would say on future saves. I'm going to say this is a controversial opinion. Controversial opinion. But I don't like stunning player characters. I think that features that stun or paralyze player characters, especially ones that could do it potentially more than once, are not fun. So I think that this could work. I think it's kind of fine. I'm a big fan of things that do extra things when you fail a saving throw by 5 or more. But I have almost never played a game where somebody had more fun because of a feature that, what the fuck? Derek, don't send me gross shit. Ugh. No, Derek, we're not that friendly, my guy. I don't want to look at gross stuff. I love you, but no, don't send me gross shit. Derek just sent me a picture of a cup full of mold. What the fuck? Don't be gross. Conditions that prevent players from taking their turns are unfun. I think that there's times and places for them. It's not mold. I don't care what it is, dude. It looks like a fucking cup full of mold. It's Skitzer Mix? What is Skitzer Mix? I don't know what that is. I don't know. That sounds horrible and inappropriate, and don't send me fucking DMs like that again. I have no idea what that is. Oh, geez, it's that stuff from earlier. Green Skittles. Oh, it's made with Skittles? All right, whatever. Don't send me gross stuff. End of story. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, Derek. I don't know what it is. I wasn't present for that iteration. You send me something that looks like a cup full of mold out of context. It just looks like a cup full of mold. I didn't know what they were talking about then. I still don't know what it is. I don't really care. It sounds gross. It sounds icky. Icky, icky. You know? Let's look at the rest of this creature. When the Banshee has 41 or less hit points left, the wisdom saving throws against Aura of Hate or its horrifying visage are rolled at disadvantage. Additionally, the range of Aura of Hate is increased by 10. Okay, I do have some thoughts on this. So, what you're doing here when you make something change when it gets to half hit points, I love mechanics like this. I think there's some genuine benefit to making a boss slightly shift and transform when it gets below a certain amount of hit points. You start to enter into like that Zelda tiered boss fight situation or Elden Ring tiered boss fight situation. But this is not the solution. The solution isn't just make the things it already does stronger. The solution is to give it new things. So if I were you in this situation, I would not do this. I would maybe make one of its aura abilities not exist at all before it got to 41 hit points, and then it activates, or maybe it gets a movement speed increase, or maybe it gets a legendary action or something. Maybe it gets more attacks, but just giving everybody disadvantage, I feel like is not interesting because it doesn't really change the encounter. Like the whole point of doing a shift like this is to add a new nuance to the encounter, but this is not adding a nuance to the encounter. The monster I submitted has a similar ability, also with a stun on 5 or more. Before I decided on a stun, I was thinking the players would go prone out of fear. Prone is another option too. To be clear, stunning is not always that bad. It's just annoying if it's a lot. And if it's like this, where it's like an aura feature, it's going to be tedious. Like, it just turns into a situation where everyone's like, ugh. And you don't really want your fight to make everyone go, ugh. Unfinished business. When the Banshee is reduced to 0 hit points, it does not die. Instead, it loses the ability to take actions, although it can still communicate. After 24 hours, the Banshee recovers all of its hit points. While at 0 hit points, the Banshee can be destroyed in the following ways: resolving its unfinished business, convincing them to unite with their corpse, performing rites for it with a ceremony. This is cool. I like this. This is a pretty straightforward ability. I like it. It's interesting that it can still communicate. So it can like run around being like, "Boo! Look at me!" But I like that. I think it's cool. I like that it's sort of I like that the three options you give here are like very plot. Like this is like a very plot, like, oh, we solved the puzzle. This one is like we didn't solve the puzzle, but we cheekily solved it. And this is like we have the right spell. Boom, we don't need to worry about the puzzle. That can be harmful if the players have to figure out its abilities. Boss encounters can be like combat puzzles. It can be frustrating when the rules change without warning. I don't think that doing a dynamic shift is the rules changing. Well, it is the rules changing without warning, but it's not changing them with it. It's not. But you telegraph it, like as long as you telegraph it, I think it's fine. You know, when you strike the Banshee, it starts to shift and glow. Its body becomes erratic, and these waves of energy start to explode out of it in random directions. Enter stage 2. I think that's totally fine. I don't think that's going to be harmful. I think that's going to be pretty solid. Who are you saying, bro, get over it to? The Marauder's yelling at someone, and I don't know who's yelling at. Kelkaan, how's it going, buddy? As long as the DM telegraphs it, yeah, you've had some bad DMs. But that's true of any ability, right? Like, any monster will suck if the Dungeon Master doesn't run them with a little bit of thoughtfulness. Why are you yelling at Derek? Don't yell at Derek. You don't... I can... Listen, you don't need to defend me, the Marauders. I'm good. Draining Fear. The Banshee... Oh, it has an attack. Its attack is kind of weak. You notice that? I know that it's probably not its main thing, but I still feel like its attack should be stronger. You want to make it like a boss. Like a boss. The Banshee heals itself for each creature that is frightened or stunned by its aura. The creature can re-roll their wisdom saves at the end of the corresponding effect on itself. The healing for this ability is 2d12 per creature if the Banshee has half its hit points or left. This is another one of those abilities where it's like, maybe give it this ability once. But if this is the thing it can do a lot, this is going to become a tedious fight. The ability to heal a lot, the ability for a bad guy to heal a lot is a little bit too much. Also, in a weird sort of way, having them be able to heal when they also have an ability where they change halfway through their hit points, wherever that is here, is a little bit weird. I would probably change Draining Fear so that once they got to have hit points, they were stuck there. Like, the most they could... Once they got to 41 hit points, the most they could heal back to is 41. I wouldn't allow them to transition back into stage 1. It's just going to get tedious. Also, any sort of perpetual healing kind of gets tedious, especially if it's tied with a stun. Like, I feel like what's going to happen more often than not is people are going to lose their turns, and this thing is going to get healed, and it's just going to be some frustrating. I don't know. I would pull back from healing if I were you. Do I have any tips for running a far realm-based campaign? It depends on what the relationship with the far realm is. Marauders, now you are the one that needs to drop it. Chill out. Everybody's being fucking weirdos. Is the far... If you're trying to run a Far Realms campaign where the players are traveling through the Far Realms, I think you gotta make sure that there are elements of safety and elements of calm that the players can still connect with. Because if they're truly traveling through the Far Realms, it's just madness and craziness forever. That's gonna, like, be too stressful and maybe not fun. Like, there needs to be some amount of stability, whether that stability is their spaceship or a place or whatever. If the Far Realms, quote unquote, is the Far Realms are spilling out into your world, then I say, you know, lean into the direction of, like, how the world is corrupted, how are the far realms spilling out into your world affecting the world? What are the larger consequences of that, and how do the players bump into those consequences until those consequences lead them back to the cause, which is the tear? They have to go in and seal it from the other side. That's cool. I like that idea. Bildo made a video about how to far realms. Very cool. Okay. And this is just horrifying visage, and this is just whale. So, okay, overall, I think it's fine. I think that if I were you, I would give it more actions than it has currently, and I would pull away from the aura of hatred and draining fear. And I would give it more interactive abilities or a couple other things like that. And also give it its saving throws back. And if you really want it to be a boss, give it a legendary action or two. You know? Let it do some things on some other creatures' turns. Which will feel a lot more balanced if you drop the stunned stuff, which I just don't think is going to be that fun. Alrighty. That was Tiamat, the dragon god of the Nine Hells. Thank you very much, Tiamat. Brains. And click. Thank you, Tiamat. You know what? Tiamat gets a bad rep. Poor lady locked in the Nine Hells. Someone's got to help her out. Do I think that was from one of the heads or all of them working together? I hope it was from just one of them, because if all of them were working together, I feel like I would want to see something really crazy. I don't know math, Charles. You're asking the wrong. You're asking in the wrong stream. I would go to www.mathstreams.com and find some math streamers. The classic math streamer conundrum. How to math. 1 math. 2 math. Etc. You know what? I do know what. I know exactly what. Ooh, it's Droagon-born. Oh shoot, guys, it's Droagon-born. Everybody calm down. You like the new wheel sound? Yeah, it's pretty good. Created for a homebrew world. I love customizability. Is that a word? In subclasses like Battlemaster, so I always try to include multiple choice abilities in my subclasses. This was an extreme of that passion. The title features create the blood of the innocent and the bones of your enemies. Your hands do craft into something greater. That's a really long title. That sounds really fucking edgy. All right, let's see. If this thing is crazy long, I might not read the whole thing, just so you know. I'm definitely not going to read all that flavor text. Jesus Christ. I mean, there's a lot of words here, so maybe we're going to read some of them. We're definitely not going to read all of them. What subclass is this for? This is for a wizard? Yeah, so listen, I'm sure you love this, but I'm skipping it. Hope you don't mind. I'll read the first sentence of it. A man walks alone down an abandoned road covered in overgrown brush. All right, pretty solid first sentence. I'll read the last one. It falls into a peaceful sleep as the woman looks up for the first time in hours. This is a weird. This is as the woman looks. I would end this sentence here, and I would start this one here. Still smiling, but this time at the terrified family in the corner. Kind of a choppy last sentence. My friend had some amazing Halloween homebrew he ran us through yesterday, but he is unable to submit it. Oh, that's okay. That's too bad. Next time, or he can submit it for next week if he wants to. I mean, you can still learn a lot of a sentence from it being out of context. No, Derek, I'm not going to try your gross fucking drink. I don't think it's funny. I think it's gross. First of all, I don't have whatever fucking juice you used. Second of all, I don't have Skittles. Third of all, I don't like Skittles. Fourth of all, I don't want to. That's 4 pretty solid reasons. I'm not the one who's tried. I don't know. Okay, Derek's lost his fucking mind. Derek has lost his mind. That's fine. Yeah, I'm drinking seltzer tonight. I'm drinking bubbly. It's keeping me hydrated. Derek. God. Come on, man. You're not that cringe. Calm down. Take a step back. Take a step back. Created as a branch of necromancy, the school of blood and bone, also known as endomancy, is an art that dedicates itself to the manipulation of humanoid bodies. Endomancy can contort one's flesh and bone to create dangerous weapons. It can cripple another permanently. It can even stitch flesh and bone back together, sometimes in ways it shouldn't be possible. Its grotesque and horrifying powers scare common people, and because of this, it is viewed as taboo and dangerous. Endomancers are less concerned with magical objects and effects, so they don't learn as many spells as typical wizards would. Instead, what? They're not learning as many spells? All right, let's just dive in. I'm curious. Jesus Christ. Chat is really bottom of the barrel tonight, huh? What's going on, guys? What are you doing? Cinder, don't be mean. Endomancy servant. Endomancy savant. When you trace arcane symbols in the air, it appears as though blood spills from your body down your fingers, leaving a line of blood hanging from the ether. When casting stops or fails, what does that mean when casting stops or fails? The blood falls to the ground. When casting completes, the blood flashes bright red before burning away as the effects of the spell play out. What does that sentence mean? Don't talk in the third person if you're talking about something you're doing. When you are casting a spell and it fails, the blood falls to the ground. When you cast a spell and it succeeds? I don't know. It's a weird sentence. I feel like this is mostly flavor text, and I would just cut it out if I were you. Endomancy is a school of magic that combines necromancy and transmutation. As such, you have an easier time comprehending these types of spells. Starting second level, the gold and time you must spend on copying necromancy or transmutation is reduced by 25%. Okay. Okay. Huge thing here. This is not... Change this feature. Immediately change this feature. You know what this reads to me, and I mean this in the kindness of my heart. This reads to me, you did not know what special sort of feature to give this guy, so you just gave him a part of transmutation school and a part of necromancy school. This adds nothing to the flavor of this thing. Get rid of it. Get rid of it. Find something else to put here. This is not the second level feature. If you're making a wizard that isn't an official necromancy wizard, transmutation wizard, look at every other one. Look at the Order of the Scribe. Look at the Blade Singer. Look at the War Mage. They all get genuinely distinct alternative features. Usually it is tied to their main casting vibe. So think in that direction if I were you, but don't do this. This is not the way. Blood of the Innocent. At 2nd level, the School of Blood and Bone has many different paths to follow. Each one brings new horizons to explore. You can focus on becoming a living weapon, boosted by your modifications to your own body. You can learn how to manipulate other forms from a distance, twisting their body in shape. You can learn how to choose to learn one ability from this. I feel like you're wanting to give a lot of options, but I do feel like it's like, because of how, I don't know, these sentences don't feel good back to back. I would like this sentence doesn't feel like it ties to this sentence, doesn't feel like it ties to this sentence. Like, it looks like you're like, I want to explain that you can do these 3 radically different things. I would figure out how to not make all of these their own sentence and sort of simplify them and put them all together. You can either focus on becoming a living weapon by modifying your own body, or manipulating the forms of others, or even healing yourself by stitching together mortal wounds and reattaching limbs, period. Something like that. You need to tie it together. Because right now it's just too much, it's too divergent, doesn't flow. So you choose one of the abilities from below. You either get Flesh Stitcher, Inured Skeleton, Malleable Form, or Weapon of Bones. You can add Cure Wounds to your spellbook. It counts as a wizard spell. It's always prepared, although it doesn't count towards the total. In addition, you gain proficiency with medicine. While not wearing armor, you have a AC equals to 13 plus your dex modifier. Why would you ever pick this? This is so bad. This is just mage armor. So if you're going to be giving us a lot of options, you really got to make sure that they're balanced. This one is so good, and this one is so bad. Like, the difference is night and day. Night and day. Malleable Form. You add, like, this is literally just mage armor. Malleable Form. You add Jump and Long Strider to your spellbook if they aren't already there. They count as wizard spells for you. They're always prepared, and they don't count towards spells. In addition, you can cast each of them once per day without expending a spell slot. This one is somewhat closer in balance to this, but you have to keep in mind how powerful giving somebody the ability to cast Cure Wounds as a wizard is, and how distinctly powerful that spell is compared to every other spell that is at your disposal at first level. So I'm gonna read Weapons of Bone, but then I'm gonna make a general suggestion here. Instead of unarmed attacks, don't say may, say can. Come on, man. Say can. You know that by now. With your bone weapons, you're proficient with these. They use your dexterity modifier attack, dealing 1d4 slashing damage or whatever. Okay, so let's be real here. This is bad, right? It just gives you a unarmed attack that is not really better than Tavern Brawler. This is just the spell. This is an unarmed attack that will never be better than a cantrip. This is armor that is just mage armor. These are 2 mediocre spells that you can cast for free once a day. This is the only option. This is the only option. So here's what I'm going to say. No, Healing Word is better than Cure Wounds. And anything, Cure Wounds is better for the flavor. Healing Word doesn't fit the vibe at all. Doesn't fit the flavor at all. Hey, Cinder, I have a couple questions. Ask them then. So, Drogon, this is what I would do if I were you. I would take all of these features away. Gone. Remove them. You'd start from scratch. And here's the challenge. Make all the features not tied to spells at all. None of them tied to spells or spell casting. That's the challenge. Or go in the other direction. Make every single one tied to a spell and give you some sort of unique bone blood thing that you can do with it in a different sort of way. But the thing that I would do if I were you is I would move away from all of them. I would completely start this over. I would make none of them spells. I would also make none of them things that a spell could just do. And if you're going to be doing something like Weapon of Bone, You got to make it better than this, because there's no reason to ever use this ability. It's just not better than a first level can. Like, Shocking Grasp is better than this 10 times out of 10. It scales better. It uses your spellcasting modifier on a hit. It has other effects. Did we read yours already? Yeah, yours was the first one. Yours was the first spin of the night, Bildo. Yeah, I mean, you don't even, Shocking Grasp is an example, but you don't need that example to see the point. Like, there's no value for a wizard in having an attack that does a D4 and uses their dexterity. Or a D6 for that matter. Or a D8 for that matter. It's just not good. Yeah, I also was going to say, with what Matt said, they could be able to cast Cure Wounds at will at higher levels, and it will break the game. It's Dex and Intelligence? No, it's not. This is Dexterity modifier, not Dex plus Intelligence. Yeah, so you got to this is us from scratch, start over this ability. I'm making a backstory for a country in a medieval era, no magic. It's based off real world, but it's like alternative history. Do you have any ideas? Yeah, use what Philip Mead said. Listen to Baba. If it's based off of real world history, take some real world history. Go look up some history that what's a part of history you're interested in by. If I was gonna, I would not run a game in a medieval non-magical world based in history unless I was particularly interested in history and I wanted to like explore that, but I'm not. So if you are, then you should figure out what part of history you're interested in exploring and explore it. Oh, but that's just the damage. That's not the attack roll. The attack roll matters more than the damage most of the time. And that's irrelevant. That's like that's so sideways a feature that I don't think it solves the problem. But why? Why doesn't it solve the problem? Because it's just like, I don't know, it's still 2-0. Like, it feels like it's like trying to encourage you to still use this thing that is genuinely worse than casting a spell or a cantrip. Why is it Dex and Intelligence? I don't know why, but again, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because this ability just needs to be redone, so it doesn't matter. If they want to keep this ability, I could see a logic for making it so your bone attacks always use your intelligence for attack roll and damage and just take Dex out of the mix. I could see something like that, but even then, there needs to be more than just this. It's still like a pretty shitty second level feature for a wizard. Let's look at the 6th level feature. Your mastery over the living has only improved. Choose one more ability from the ones listed below. Let's see. You can get a second attack with your bone attack. And you can deal extra damage, and you basically get like a smite. In addition, next turn you must use an action to make your bone weapon. Why? Cut this part out. That's silly. I feel like that's fine, giving them a little smite if you want to keep your bone thing. The shield says... Oh, next we have a shield. A shield! When you are targeted with a weapon or spell attack, don't say may, say can. I want to wring your little brain. You can use a reaction to add 5 to your AC. It lasts until the start of your next turn. This is just shield the spell. Again, we're not doing that. We're not giving us spells as abilities. It's just the spell. So rewrite that. Mold body, you can use an action to touch a living, unless the only time it's okay to give a character that is a full spellcaster a spell that not only that they have access to normally for free is if it is like really core to the flavor of the subclass, which this is not, or if you're casting it in a radically different way or it's doing something pretty different. Mold body. You can use an action to touch a living creature other than yourself if the creature is unwilling to make a charisma save. You must then spend a 3rd level spell worth of spell slots. That's a lot. On a failed save, or if the creature is willing, under alter self. For an hour, no concentration. That's kind of a neat idea. It's a little bit it's a little bit complicated. It's a little bit sloppy in its wording. I would probably not make it cost a spell slot. I probably would just make it like a once-a-day feature. How do I submit Homebrew, and does it have to be on a certain website or something? There are 2 ways you could do this. And I think a little submission thing will pop up from Stream Elements, or you could look at the video description. In this video's description, one of the links is to submit Homebrew. It doesn't have to be on a certain website or something, but most people usually... Marauder. You fucking dummy. Marauder. You have 13 seconds to explain why I shouldn't time you out for giving a rating. You have 13 seconds to give a real reason of why I shouldn't time you out, or to say why it's not okay that you're doing that. I'm going to count to 13. And if you're not there, you're getting timed out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Your answer is dumb. It is incorrect. You're in a timeout. How is it helpful? First of all, your rating is bad. That is a bad rating. I'm going to rate your rating, and I'm going to give your rating a needs work. Second of all, what does this person get from that rating? How does that help them change this piece? How does that help them write their homebrew better? Oh, I know. It doesn't. It's zero helpful. When I started doing stuff, look, I'll be the first to say that sometimes I get really aggressive with my homebrew reviews. I yell at people a lot. I give people feedback that is aggressive and often demeaning. I do both of those things. I acknowledge that. But I am pointing out things, okay? I'm not just saying mid. I'm not just saying bad. I sometimes will say this don't work, or cut this, or things like that. I'll sometimes even get exacerbated with, I'm not exacerbated, I'll sometimes get like exhausted with you because I think something doesn't work so much, where it'll seem like it pains me in a way that I'm sure hurts feelings sometimes. But I'm not just saying this thing, if I don't say how something, we don't just say something's bad. That gives nothing. Even if I'm being cruel, which I am sometimes, I'm still giving feedback, okay? We give feedback. I have no idea why chat is so weird today. I have no idea. 13-year-olds are dominating it. We got mods talking about fucking Skittle juice. I don't know what's going on. We're in Madness Town. Zach, I am often about constructive criticism, encouragement, but I will say sometimes... so what website was it? There's no website. What do you mean, what website was it? It's literally a link. There is a Google form in this video description. Click on that. No website. Or here. That's the link also. What's the website people usually use for homebrew? Well, this piece was posted on D&D Beyond, but you can use whatever you want. You could post most people use Google Docs. Just make sure it's formatted right, or most of my feedback... Just make sure it's formatted right, or most of my feedback will be about your formatting. So if you don't want most of my feedback to be about formatting, I would make sure that it's formatted reasonably well. Doesn't need to be perfect. It just needs to be clear. And make sure it's shareable, yes. First time checking out a live. Love the shorts. Welcome, Austin. This is a weird night to hop in, but I'm glad to have you. Everybody's in crazy mode, and I can't stop it. They're a bunch of mad hooligans. We're reviewing Homebrew. I think my formatting was terrible because this was my first Google Doc Homebrew. Usually I make them on mobile. They don't need to be good. Look, can I be honest with you? Look, I'm going to show you. I'll show you what they need to be. Let's let's go to this. This is all the formatting you need right now. I'm going to be honest. You don't need more than this. Okay. Subclass name. And then you make it little. Flavor text. And then you have the flavor text. And then subclass feature. Subclass feature. And sometimes it has options like this. Option. Oops, whatever. You know what I mean. Option. Etc. Doesn't need to be that much. That's pretty much as much as you need. Now, obviously, so, you know, make sure your bolds are in the right place, etc. But it doesn't need to be that complicated. You made a whole class, not even a subclass. So here's the deal, Jaybird. If you made a whole class, then formatting matters for you about 4 times as much as it does for somebody that just made a subclass. And if you want people to review if you want somebody to read your class, this is just a hard truth of reality for Homebrew. But if you want somebody to read your class, formatting matters more than what you wrote for the class. It legitimately matters more. Because the layout and the formatting are going to dictate how easy it is to read, how easy it is to get through. If it is in any way confusing or in any way challenging to get through, nobody's going to read it. And because a class is long, there's a lot in a class. All right, let's keep going. We get more options at 6th level. We read all these already. Get alter self. You could add mass healing word. Again, man, you're falling into the same thing. Like, I feel like the blood rage works fine. I feel like even the ability to alter self on other people, I think, is somewhat fine. I would probably not do the healing. You get hit points. Can make an attack. What is this? Don't do this. If you're giving us second attack, if you're giving us 2 attacks here, or wherever the fuck you gave us 2 attacks, if you're giving us 2 attacks here, don't give us an option for a 3rd attack here. That's too much. Keep it at 2. Man, I'm gonna be honest with you. I disagree with the way you're implementing these healing spells. It's just not interesting. It's just like, here's 1 extra spell. I don't know. Also, like, it's a little, I feel like we're dancing with this thing being too strong. At 14th level, you've mastered the blood manipulation. Choose one of the abilities below. Okay, so I'm going to stop reading it here. I think that realistically, I'm probably going to have the same feedback for the last thing that I've had for the rest. Pulling back to a larger thing. No, you can do healing. You just got to figure out a unique way to express it that isn't just spells. My main feedback for you is I appreciate that you like the idea of this thing having options, but the options need to feel more incongruence with each other. And I think that you're relying too much on spellcasting and things that are adjacent to spellcasting, and it's creating situations where some abilities feel much stronger than the others, and it also is like, it doesn't feel like anything. And I feel like you are creating a situation where the options are just doing, I don't know, we need something that grounds this a little bit more. And the thing that could be the thing that grounds it is this Endomancy Savant feature, but this isn't a feature. This is a non-feature. So I feel like we need something that is more grounding for these guys. But in general, I feel like, I feel like we need something that's more grounding, and I would move away from abilities that just copied spells, especially on a wizard. That's how I feel. Oh, man. Should you move away from this much customizability? I don't think you need to move. Yeah, probably. I would probably limit it to 3 per. I would probably limit it to 3 per level, because the thing is wizards are already one of the most customizable classes by being wizards. They have the biggest spell list of any class, and they learn the most spells of any class. So you almost don't need to give a wizard more customization in its subclass. Like, the subclass, I mean, you can. There's nothing wrong with it. But the subclass should be giving you focus, whether that focus is through flavor or gameplay or something. I think having it at each step is a lot. Yeah, I agree. I like the idea. I just want it to be a little bit more focused. Well, it's I don't even know if it's too much to, I mean, I guess it is too much to digest, but even if it was like 3 options per each, there's a level of it not feeling like the sinew is there that we need. Maybe it's because it's a wizard subclass, and wizards, like, they need to be tied together a little bit because of how open-ended they are. All right, let us give Droagon a round of applause. Brains. 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 He's an endomancer. They can just create sinew. All right, good call, good call. True, true, true. Droagon, I'm going to be honest with you. I skipped most of the flavor text. It was just too much. I'm not going to read 3 pages of flavor text. It was just too much. I read this part. I skipped all of this. That's not true. I read the first sentence and the last sentence, and the last sentence is a little choppy. I think the last sentence needs some work. It's a little too long, a little too scattered. This is it, actually. All right, next is Jay. I think Jay is the one that sent in a whole class. Let's see. Let's see if I'm able to read any of it. Hopefully I'm able to read some. The question that I would always ask immediately when I'm reviewing a class is, why does it merit existing? If it is very similar to something that already exists, do we need it? Or could it be presented as a subclass? I'm going to say that the things I'm going to be looking at when I'm looking at a slasher class is, why not just play a fighter? Why not just play a rogue? Those are my first 2 guesses. Cinder, are you going to be doing any themes in November, it being Thanksgiving? I think so, yeah. We'll do something fun for Thanksgiving. We'll do something fun for Thanksgiving. We'll do something fun for the winter holidays, New Year's. Eventually, I don't know when, but eventually I want to have a subathon. Or maybe not a subathon in an official sense, but some sort of extra long something. A horror turkey? New Year's Eve subathon might be fun. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, we'll see. I always stay up till midnight. I don't remember the last time I was asleep before midnight. I feel like that's not healthy, but it is what it is, you know? All right, let's take a look. You are a ruthless monster, driven to hunt your prey. You make a mission to stalk and eliminate those around you. A brutal killer, of the night, fueled by wrath and malice. All right, so you get light and medium armor, simple, and one martial weapon of your choice, strength and dex. So far, it's very fighter adjacent. You get some skills, some equipment. You don't get much. This is a very basic class. At first level, you exude an aura of fear. You gain proficiency in intimidation. Is the only thing you get at level 1 intimidation? That's not very good. Because what if I just take a subclass? What if I just take a background that gives me intimidation? We need an actual feature at first level here. I don't know. It felt like you didn't learn your lesson. Unyielding pursuit. You are relentless in your pursuit of your target. When you choose a target, you gain advantage on all checks and saving throws made to track or find them. So, okay, so we're going to just stop right here, I think. Why not just play a ranger or a vengeance paladin? So this first level feature doesn't really say anything. We don't really get anything with what this is. It is literally just proficiency in intimidation. Anyone can get that. And this feature is not that different from what rangers get with the way that they hunt creatures. I think my Raise Homebrew is going to go on hold now. I'll make more. It was very last minute. This is pretty bare bones. All right. Well, Jay, then why did you send it in? I mean, I guess if you wanted me to take an initial look at it, but I don't look at pieces twice in a row. I don't do it. And I have a pretty good rule for not doing it. And if I'm being honest with all of you guys, the very few occasions that I have broken that rule, where I have allowed myself to re-review a piece, it's gone badly. People don't like it. Because when I re-review a piece, I get really harsh. Because I just usually spend most of the time pointing at all the stuff that I think they still didn't change. It's never turned out well. So I'm not going to look at this again, but I'm going to stop here too, because I only really go to the level 2. Like, if you're going to make us a class based around being a relentless serial killer, how do we make us feel like that at second level? We need different features. These both need to just be different. You kind of wanted advice. You're not really the best at homebrew. Here's what I'm going to say. I will give you some advice for this specifically, but then let me give you some advice for general homebrew, because I think that both will be helpful. If you want to make a class from scratch, you totally can, you totally should, but that is the hardest thing to do, period. It is the most difficult thing to make in D&D. Because there are already quite a few classes that do quite a few things, and yours needs to not only work and be balanced against all of those, it needs to be different enough to merit existing. And this piece in its current iteration does not merit existing. Because these are not mechanics. These are not features that are unique. Being able to track things really well basically is just something with Hunter's Mark. Intimidation is just intimidation. So the question to ask yourself then is, would these ideas that you have to making this relentless pursuer, would they work as part of the fighter? Would they work as part of the rogue? If they would, then instead of worrying about making this a whole new class from scratch, which is a lot of work, consider making it a subclass. The relentless pursuer could totally be a fighter subclass, or a rogue subclass, or a ranger subclass. So I would narrow your focus a little bit and take it as a Consider any homebrew you're working on currently as you are learning to write homebrew. Don't worry about needing to build some magnum opus before you even know how to do it. Take the base idea, buff some things, and make it a subclass. Well, I mean, you can do whatever you want with it. You can definitely make it a class if you want, but I would, if you feel like it's a lot to make a class, then, you know, consider making it a subclass. Or ask yourself, oh, here's the real question to ask yourself, and I can't be the one to answer it, Jaybird. Only you can answer it. The real question to ask yourself is, does this need to be a class? Or could all of the ideas you have in your head, your vision for this, could all of those ideas work as a subclass for a fighter, as a subclass for something else? And if they could, consider making it a subclass. If there is something in this that you're like, no, this is too much for a subclass, this is a core mechanic that fundamentally makes this thing different than a fighter, makes this thing different than a rogue, then maybe play around in that space. But I don't think you need to if you don't need to. It is very hard to make a class from scratch. It is very hard to find niches to do it in. You can do it. A lot of people have. A lot of people have. But I think that unless you have an answer to that question of why does this need to exist on its own 2 feet, you don't need to give yourself that challenge to make it a class. You can if you want to, but that challenge then becomes, how do you answer that question? And you need to realistically answer that question by level 2. Which is why those are the 2 features that I'm really just focusing on. Because if you're not solidly your class by level 2, then you're entering level 3, which is the level of subclasses for all martial classes. So then the question really becomes, does this need to be a class? Someone let me know if I'm wrong, but a class usually is a profession or a lifestyle, maybe rewrite into a tracker or bounty hunter. Zach, I don't think you're wrong. I think that is somewhat true, but not totally true. A sorcerer isn't really a profession. You know, a sorcerer is like something that you're born with or that happened to you. So I think some classes are professions. Also, there are people like Patrick, my dungeon master Patrick, strongly believes that your class should represent like your profession. And it's why he really doesn't like sorcerers. But I disagree with that entirely. I think your class is just your core abilities. And that could represent your job. It could represent your training. It could represent the weird superpower that you just got. It could represent anything. I don't think it needs to be a job. But that is not a bad way to think about it if you're trying to build something. All right, guys, I really need to pee. So I'm going to go pee. I'm going to give you some jams to go to. I'm going to pause this and I'm going to give you some jams. And I'll be right back. And then we'll keep going. The stream is we got a little while left, but I just need to pee so bad I can't ignore it anymore. I'm trying to, but it's creeping up on me. All right, here's some music. I will be right back. Here we go. I'm still here. Wait, we're not opening. We'll be right back. There we go. Okay, bye. See you in a minute. Bye. Bye. you guys miss me? Were you sad? Were you scared? Cinder, you shouldn't end the song in the middle. It's distracting. It's not good for the flow. Oh, it's not good for the flow? No, it's not. All right, my B. You were terrified? I'm sorry. Life is scary sometimes, I know that. You hope your more idea is a bit more acceptable as homebrew? Your idea was totally acceptable as homebrew. It was not unacceptable at all. Look, here's the deal. Here's the truth of the matter. No homebrew is ever done in my eyes. That's not true. Sometimes it's pretty fucking done. But you know, you are the decider, okay? You're the one that decides if you want to listen to me. You're the one that decides if your piece is done. You're the one that decides if you like my feedback. You're the one. You decide. I don't decide. So you don't need to listen to me. It's part of the reason why I don't like people resubmitting homebrew. Because I don't want you to listen to me. I don't want you to feel obligated to listen to me. I want you to just do whatever you want. You just broke your scissors. Oh boy, that's trouble. Oh my god, you were asleep when yours got reviewed? Hi, Mika. Which one was yours? Dabman. Hello, how's it going, Dabman? All right, let's give Jay a round of applause before we move on to the next one. Brains. Oh, Miko, yours. Wait, let's do finish the applause. Brains. Miko, in a nutshell, your feedback is that it did too little. It just was too many different ways to essentially just make the fear condition. And then at the end, it did too much. So my main feedback was you should spend less time focusing on giving you different ways to impose the fear condition and more ways on giving you the ability to make the fear condition do unique things. Brains. You had a better magic homebrew for this. It was a magic item. Made you a pseudo vampire with some pretty cool abilities. I don't think you're dumb. Why are you dumb? Yeah, you can always submit it later. Exactly. No, no one's dumb. Some people, the thing is, sometimes some of you act dumb, but most of you aren't actually dumb. You like the new wheel sounds? Thank you. Spared no expense. This is my attempt at a high CR monster. Please be critical. I usually am. Chat, what is the biggest challenge when you're making, there are two big challenges to making a very high CR monster. Does anyone know what those two big challenges are? There are two big challenges to making a high CR monster, in my opinion. There are two. Let's think about what they are. Dragoness says not overcomplicating it. Shane says balance. What else could it be? Karthik also says balance. Philip Mead says it has to feel dynamic. I think all of you are you're sort of circling the main ideas. Action economy, making them interesting and worth existing. You guys are all circling the main ideas still. Good socks. It has to challenge the player. All of these are right, but I think that they are smaller parts of two large ideas. It has to be unique enough. It needs to be cool, fun to fight. Okay. Both you guys are dancing around it. No one's quite hit the nail on the head, but I think that that's fine. And these are the two main things. One, and I think this is the one that all of you have been dancing around quite a lot. And I actually think all of you are sort of saying this answer. You're just saying it in sort of roundabout ways or different ways. But it needs to be mechanically evocative and distinct. It needs to have a feeling. It needs to have a vibe. It needs to feel like a thing. Like if you are making a high CR giant worm of fire, it needs to feel uniquely like a giant worm of fire. Which sounds more obvious than it is, but you'd be surprised how easy that is to mess up. The second one is that it has to be very easy to navigate. It has to be easy to manage, easy to run. Or as easy as possible. So you want to make sure that it's not overcomplicated in what the mechanics do or the way the mechanics are presented. Now, this is a very small stat block to the point where I'm like, this might not do enough. Because it's very small. But let's see what it does. It has 18 AC, 250 hit points. You don't have any math for why you picked those hit points. You should do that. Whenever you're giving a creature numbers, you should have the math present. It's got some saving throws. It's got resistance to necrotic and psychic. It's immune to being blinded. It has tremor sense 60 feet and blind sight 30 feet. I would probably make these ranges farther if this is a CR 16 monster. Link? Oh, I got you. Link, don't you mean Zelda? You know? Dude, I need to start writing my monsters down on digital more because some of these seem kind of fun or scare factor. Like I've got one that's incorporeal but easy to escape, but it's weak but hard to fight. That's a neat idea. I mean, that's... What is happening? Phil, are people fucking changing stuff? What's happening here? Stop fucking with it. Stop fucking with it. Did you make it so everyone can edit it? Oh my god, this is horrible. Don't do that. Chat, you got to agree to not fuck with it. You think he's lost it? Yeah, man, I ain't never found it. Okay. Let's see, it has Tunneler, so it tunnels. So this is basically like a purple worm so far. It has something called Aura of Souls. If a creature ends their turn within 20 feet of the worm, to make a wisdom saving throw, you're missing a has to. Any creature that ends its turn within 20 feet of the worm has to make a DC 18 wisdom saving throw or take 2d12 psychic damage as they are tormented by the wails of the victims whose souls the worm has devoured. Cool, I'm into that. Immutable form, it can't be affected by spells that would change its form. I'm not sure why it's getting that. That feels like a little bit of an out of place feature, but I like the aura. The aura is solid. And then it has a bite attack. This is just a purple worm bite. Okay, so it has like a purple worm bite. And then it has something called Soul Grasp. It got reach 15 feet. One hit. It does 7d4 necrotic damage, and the target must make a wisdom saving throw or take more psychic damage and be frightened of the worm. At the end of their turn, they can repeat the saving throw to stop being frightened on a success. How long are they frightened? Are they frightened forever? I would make them frightened of the worm for a minute. Also, this thing has terrible action economy. This monster can only make a bite attack or a soul grasp. Okay, so this monster, in my opinion, needs more. It needs more going on. Minimum, make it have multi-attack. Let it use its soul grasp on the same turn that it uses its bite. Second of all, I would argue that soul grasp doesn't do enough. It does a little bit of damage, and then on the saving throw, it just does more damage and frighten. I feel like we could do more interesting things here. We're eating souls. Why don't we get a single ability about eating a soul? There's not a single ability that talks about eating a soul in here. Why don't we have a soul devour ability? Yeah, it's basically purple worm with an aura. But it's a soul devourer. It should devour souls. That's the biggest part that's missing. It's a shy eater. Needs multi-attack, legendary action, spellcasting. I don't know if it needs spellcasting, but I agree with everything else. If I were you, it needs some sort of soul devouring ability and maybe some mechanic for what happens when it eats the soul. Or maybe, you know, I don't know, anything with that. And then Soul Grasp, I feel like should do more, something a little bit more unique than just frighten. Maybe it frightens and they can't move when they're frightened, so it can mix with the aura of souls, because they can't leave the aura because they can't move. Something. It needs a little bit more juice to it. Right now, I think it's just a little too close to the purple worm. Legendary actions, bonus actions. You could give it a legendary resistance. You don't really need to. If you want it to stay less like a boss and more just like a big monster. But even if you don't want it to be a boss, you just want it to be a big monster. It needs more. Yeah, I'm not sure why it has a mutable form. I'm not seeing the fiction of that. It does psychic damage when enemies are close. I think that's fine. Some of those stats look kind of weak for a CR 16. I mean, is it just the purple worm's stats? Let's take a look at the purple worm. (28, 7, 22, 1, 8, 4). It's basically a purple worm. It's basically a purple worm. Minorly different. Which is a CR 15 monster. But even then, with the purple worm, I feel like, you know, it still has multi-attack. Its extra attack still does a shit. Its stinger does a shit ton of damage. So yeah, if you want to make like a purple worm but different, I think it just needs to be more different. Dylan is here. Did Dylan ever leave? I don't know if Dylan's here. I haven't seen him. Yeah, we talked about how there's the hit points were missing. YouTube Live on mobile is terrible. All right, I'll tell him. I'll let him know. How would you feel if I started to stream on Twitch instead? Would you prefer that? I'm so curious how people are going to feel when I start streaming on Twitch. I think you guys are going to be upset with me about it. And then I'm going to say, I'm trying it. And then you're going to say, but we don't like it. And then I'm going to say, yeah, but I'm trying it. I don't know if there's that much of a difference. Yep, I'm sure y'all will complain about the ads, but then you can just get those, you know, those Prime accounts. You just give me your Prime or whatever. I've been meaning to use YouTube less. They're poorly managed. YouTube all the way. That you can't skip. I won't mind, honestly. I'll still watch it. I want exclusive Twitch streams. Well, Bildo, not to do it exactly whatever you say, but I will tell you. And who's here? How many people are in chat right now? We got like 40 folks here. I'll tell the 40 people here that starting this week, I don't remember what day, but starting this week, we are going to be transitioning to Twitch for a little while. Dun dun. Dun dun. And I don't know. People are asking me, are you going to do dual streaming? I don't know yet. I have to talk to Twitch and see if I'm allowed to. Dun dun. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to. And I don't want to get in trouble. But the way that we're going to do it, is as follows. I am going to keep track of YouTube memberships. So for folks that are still YouTube members, you will still get access to all the member stuff. And I'm going to have a lot of it more refocused through Discord. So basically, if you are a member on YouTube or a member on Twitch, you will be funneled to the same area of Discord, and that will be where I share all of the things for like the member reviews and that sort of thing. So being a member on YouTube won't lose any value. Zach Lyons, that is true, but that is not true across all circumstances. I'm on YouTube more, so I'm notified if you go live on streams more often. I have a Twitch stream that I try to catch every day, and I still miss a lot because it notifies you poorly. Yeah, listen, I don't think everyone's gonna like it. But we're going to try it. I want to try it. And it's most likely not going to be forever. We're going to dip our toes in. But like I said, people that are YouTube members or gifted on YouTube or whatever, all of you will still be in the bubble. If you prefer not to become a member on Twitch or whatever. But yeah, Discord will be a good place to get membership notifications. Usually is. But yeah, I don't know if I think this is the first time I've said it publicly. But yeah, we're going to be trying it. Starting in November. So this week. Yes, you can be a Twitch mod. Anyone that's a mod in the Discord or on the YouTube can be a mod on Twitch. And in fact, I should probably do that before too late. Ugh. You like Vine? Yeah, Vine's pretty solid. All right, let's give five Shack Dragon a round of applause. I really like the idea of the aura of souls. I think you just need to pull farther away from the purple worm in terms of the extra abilities that we get for this guy. All right, let's give them a round of applause. Brains, 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 brains. Click. Yeah, we're gonna have some growing pains, I imagine, because I haven't streamed on Twitch in like 2 years, and the last time I streamed on Twitch, I had like, I don't know, 5 people watching me. So I don't know how many mods I have. I don't remember what any of my overlays are. It's gonna be you will have some growing pains, and I will have some growing pains, and we shall play around with them together. And if at the end of the day we end up going back to YouTube, great. And if at the end of the day we end up sticking to Twitch, great. I will tell you one of the reasons why I'm switching over to Twitch for a little bit. It is a very specific reason. There are a lot of people that I like, that are creators, that are on Twitch, that are interested in doing stuff together, and they have no idea when I do anything or what I'm doing because I'm never on Twitch. I'm always on YouTube. And there's a certain amount of community that I would immediately be more active with from the creator side that I want. That's part of it. That's a small part of it. But again, it's an experiment. Welcome back, Purple Platinum. We missed you. In fact, just now, Philip was yearning for you. And Miko was curious about when you would return. And Yazakan, you didn't even want to know what Yazakan was saying. Can you be a Twitch mod? You haven't proven yourself, the Marauders. Why do you want to be a Twitch mod? No, I know why you want to be a Twitch mod. Why should you be a Twitch mod? It's a better question. I appreciate that, Yazakan. Listen, all of this is in the journey. All of this is in the journey to figure out how to make this being a content creator sustainable. That's really what it comes down to, is how can I make this work financially so I can have healthcare and pay rent. YouTube is close, but it's not quite making it work just yet. We're still slow. We're still a slow trickle down, not up. Weren't you going to give him a question when he was ready? That was last stream. We talked about it already. To help you and your team, you can listen, the Marauders. You can prove it by how you express yourself and exist as a community member. I would say you need to master leadership through example as a community member before you can have leadership that you have power behind. Show that you can lead by example. And then we'll talk. Do I need help doing my taxes? Always. I am relatively new at making D&D homebrew, so please do not hold back on criticism. All right, if you say so. I actually do need to find someone to help me with my taxes. I need to find somebody that has worked with content creators before. You do have real advice for that? All right, cool. We should talk about that later. I was just going to see if I could find an accountant to help. Be like, here's all the emails. What do I do? Alrighty. This is the Staff of Lost Souls. Ooh. Okay, let's take a look. I mean, it's just like I need my W-2s or whatever. My 1099s, I think, is what it comes down to for the most part. But there's like things about like what's a tax write-off and what's not. And I'm sure there's things I have no idea about. The Staff of Lost Souls. This bone staff has been growing green, has glowing green runes carved into its sides. It is connected to the realm of the dead and can summon the souls of the departed to impose their fate on mortals. All right. Honestly, flavor text is fine. Very straightforward. You give us a physical description as well as a little bit of lore. That's fine. That's solid. Everything has runes these days? True. Everybody loves runes, man. Hey, Cinder, I made a rogue character that is a sniper. So he has expertise in perception and sharpshooter. That's fun. And you want to know if I like your character? I love them. I yearn to meet them. The mechanics of your character have nothing to do with how much I like them, though. I mostly like them because you made them. Lol, I learned Elder Fark. You should have learned Younger Fark. What the hell are you talking about? This is a +1 quarterstaff. It has an ability called Conjure Spirits. You beckon the power of the staff to impose the fate of a damned soul upon a target within 30 feet of you. Roll on the table below to determine the fate you impose. The DC of these effects are equal to your spell save DC. This is something that is technically okay to do. Oops. This is something that is technically okay to do, but I'm a big fan of giving magic items their own spell save DC. I feel like it helps balance them. Is there a poison-based rogue subclass? I don't believe so. Let's see. So we're going to roll a D6. All right, so let's see what happens. How often can we use this ability? So with Conjure Spirits, we need to know where this sits in the action economy. Is it an action? Is it a bonus action? And how often can you use this? Can you use this once a day? Can you use this infinitely? There needs to be limits. Is it charges? Is it once, etc.? So like all of that needs to be in here. You get drowned. A 10 by 10 cube of water appears around the target. They must make a con saving throw or be under the effects of the levitate spell and gain 1 point of exhaustion. The cube lasts for 1 minute and a creature can repeat the saving throw. Why not just make it watery sphere? There's a spell that basically does this except minus the exhaustion called watery sphere. I would just make this watery sphere and I would drop the exhaustion. Beheaded. A spectral executioner's axe appears. Make an attack roll against the target. On a hit, they take 1d8 plus 8 slashing damage. The attack crits on an 18 or a 20. Not a 19, just an 18 or a 20. You mean an 18 through 20? Also, what is the attack roll? Is it a spell attack? Is it a melee weapon attack? Like, what are you adding to? What are you basing your attack roll off of? So you need to put that here. So, like, this should have a bonus to hit, for example. The target feels crushing weight pushed down on it. They have to make a strength save or take 4d10 bludgeoning damage and be knocked prone. On a success, they take half. They make a con saving throw. On a failure, they're poisoned, and they poison for a minute. Is there no way to turn the poison off? Is it just automatically poisoned for a minute? I would maybe let them make that saving throw at the end of each of their turns. The target takes 10d6 fire damage. That's a lot. The target takes 4d6 acid damage. It is paralyzed for a minute. This is way too strong. So this staff, if you want to have it, if you want it to have potential features like this, it can't be infinite in use. This is way too strong a staff. These features also, like, they're a little all over the place, right? Like, the flavor is like, I don't know, man. The mechanics of what's happening, it feels kind of random, but too random. Like, it's just like a bunch of random different types of damage types, but suddenly this one is like way more for some reason. Feels very disjointed flavor-wise. Yeah, none of these feel like curses or spirits at all. I think that the mechanics are missing. I think the mechanics and the flavor are not having a conversation. In terms of what it actually does, I think that none of these features on their own are bad, but I do wonder, I feel like they don't connect. Like, I don't feel any sort of symmetry going on, even in the randomness, because some of them are really similar. I'm not sure why this one is giving exhaustion. There's a lot of pieces of the puzzle that are also just missing, like attack rolls, saving throws, uses, action economy, etc. Yeah, those are my main thoughts. I think that if I were you, I would probably make all of the damage types more incongruent with each other, more not incongruent, yeah, more incongruence with each other. And I would not make most of them do damage and other ones do random things. I would make them all do very different things. You guess it's how the people died? Yeah, maybe, but is that, do we feel like that is being expressed? I don't really know. Maybe it's how the people died. But here's what I'll say, and this is why I wonder if it's maybe worth changing either the flavor or the mechanics. If you changed the name of this staff to the Staff of Elementals, okay? And you made everything mechanically exactly the same, I think you would be like, yeah, that makes sense as a Staff of Elementals. Like, maybe this one is a little out of place, but everything else fits really well. And I feel like that's not great. You don't want to be able to just call something that is so radically different and have the flavor still match perfectly. I would argue that this feels more like a Staff of Elementals than a Staff of Lost Souls. So maybe make some of these feel a little bit more ghostly. Or if you want to tie it to the way that things have died, you need to, like, really get that in there more. The flavor text has it summoning souls of the dead. Doesn't really impact the mechanics. Yeah. If I was going to do something like this, I would almost make it more like the shaman ability, like the shaman totem that the the shepherd druid has, where you could summon a spirit like a totem, and it would have some sort of radius effect. And maybe the radius effect would have to do with how it died. Like, it would look like it was drowning in the area was full of water. It would look like it was burning in the area would burn. It would look like it was dissolving in the area would become a pool of acid. And maybe have that totem sort of sit and stay there for like a minute and then go away and make it like a once-a-day ability or something like that. But if you want to do something like this, it just feels a little... We need a bit more. I don't know. We need a bit more. Some kind of ghost that runs out and does this stuff could make a better connection to the flavor. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Will I be streaming on Halloween? And if so, what will it be? Halloween? I don't know. Maybe Halloween will be my first night on Twitch. Maybe we'll do something on Halloween for Twitch. Because the other thing that we can do on Twitch that we can't do on YouTube is we can watch videos. And we don't have to worry about the stream getting cut off or demonetized. So maybe we'll watch some scary stuff together. Maybe I'll even post... Oh, it's so soon. Maybe I'll try to collect some creepypasta stuff for us to watch. Or I'll ask people to send it in the Discord. In fact, I'll probably do that. Or if one of the mods wants to do that, we'll watch some creepy stuff. I don't want to watch Marble Hornets. That's too long and too many boring parts. But we'll figure something out. I have some ideas. But I'm going to be going trick-or-treating with my friend and his kid for the early part of the night. So I might not be, I wouldn't be till later. What's the name of the Twitch? Same name as the YouTube, CinderBlocksally. See? You can watch some clips from me from like 2 years ago if you want. I'm 1 follower away from 1,000 followers. Who's gonna be the 1,000th? Who's gonna be the 1,000th? Wait, how do I say that fucking word? I made a YouTube short about this, how I have a speech impediment that comes out sometimes. That words like that is where it comes out. The 1,000th. The 1,000th. That's a hard word. Oh yeah, I might do something with Gina. We'll see. We'll play it by ear. Oh, look, we got 1,000 followers now. Let's go. I should post about this on more places. Okay. But yeah, I think it's a cool idea. I like random effects staves. I think they're a lot of fun. All the effects are quite devastating and negative, so you can sort of safely always point it at a bad guy, which is cool. And separately from that, the flavor feels like it's not totally connected to the mechanics, so I would think about how you want to express that and maybe try to get the ghosts a little bit more present or the souls a little bit more present in the mechanics, and then all that other stuff that I said about action economy, charges, times of amount of uses, that sort of stuff. All right, thank you, Uncaved157. Brains. Yeah, whenever you have an item that does something active, you need to express how to use it in the action economy. So it either needs to be an action, a bonus action, a reaction. If it's a reaction, you usually need to explain what it's a reaction to, like what triggers the reaction. You can also have certain abilities act at the end of your turn or at the start of your turn. You could also do kind of weird stuff like when initiative is rolled, but you need to say when things happen. Shoot, the member goal is getting harder and harder to hit. I know, I don't think we're going to get 666 by, I don't think we're going to get 666 by the 31st, but we can try. If we don't, it's okay. I'll survive. We'll all survive. Thank you again, Uncaved. We're creating a schism in the Church of Cinder. I love a good schism. Saw Legend of Avantris on there, Cinder. They're pretty awesome, and my boss on the wheel is actually inspired by a Blood Hunter boss they did. What's Legend of Avantris? Is that somebody I followed on Twitch? I mean, I don't know who I follow on Twitch. I gotta pay more attention to that. Most of the people I watch on Twitch aren't D&D people. Most of the people I watch on Twitch are Jerma. Jerma is most of the people I watch on Twitch. Didn't follow them, they were recommended to you? Okay. Ooh, Arcane. Great television show. Guys, I don't have Netflix anymore. What am I going to do with my life? Did we not say brains for Encave? I thought we did. Brains for Encave. Brains, brains, brains. I thought we did. Brains. Brains. Brains for Encave. Brains for Encave. Encave brains. Sorry, I forgot. I might be. Legend of Avantris is a live play group that has done some clown stuff. They have a Halloween-themed Kickstarter that's just broke 3 million. Jesus Christ. Really? I need to see that. Holy shit. That's fucking crazy. What's it got in it? Oh, I've been seeing this ad all over the place. I've been seeing this on my YouTube ads all the time. Let's see what they have. 13 subclasses, 13 horror-themed races, a bunch of monsters, a bunch of epic boss fights, upgrading artifacts, nice. Stealing ideas from people that are good is a smart move. Bunch of curses, some feats, some spells. I don't even think it seems like a lot. And an adventure, level 1 to 13. That's pretty solid. I want to see previews of the subclasses. Let's see what they say about the subclasses. Grim Harbinger Ranger, Horned King, Sinner Rogue. I'm so curious. Yeah, seems like a cool bunch of stuff. I like the art style a lot. I don't know who these guys are though. I want to see pictures of the people. Show me the people. Show me the people. Show me your faces. Oh, are these guys Australian? They look Australian. Are they Australian? I bet they're Australian. They're from Maryland? Wait a minute, really? I know Maryland. Maryland's not that far from me. Do they want to be my friends? They exploded with their shorts? Oh, wait a minute. This guy has a funny accent though, doesn't he? Or is it just a Maryland accent? Am I dumb? So curious. Wait a second.
Do you remember,
why did I think he had an Australian accent? I could have sworn.
Large Maw William Space Bass?
I'm just like, what? Wow. What a crazy brain fart I just had. I could have sworn these guys were Australian. Their shorts do really well. Yeah, their shorts do really well. Dang, look at all these shorts. Yeah, that makes sense. Let's see how their actual play videos do. Still pretty good. 12,000 views. 100,000 views. That's just a commercial. 70,000 views. Their actual sessions do pretty good. 10,000 views. Not bad for an actual session. Are they good? Are their shows entertaining? Oh, here his character Gricko has that accent. Oh, okay. Okay. They're on Twitch too. Did they blow up on YouTube Shorts or did they blow up on Twitch? I'll follow them. Oh, look, did you see how colorful it was when I subscribed?
When it comes to Nature Valley.
Oh, they're live right now with 300 people. That's a pretty big audience for a live play. Look at that lady. What do you think she's talking about? Look at those kids. What do you think they're talking about? All shorts-based things. It's Chuckles the Clown that brought everybody. Who's Chuckles the Clown? Is that one of the characters? Pure Platinums. Calm down. You're not talking. Everybody here is already subbed to me, my guy. You're not helping the cause. You're just yelling crazy person stuff.
Good old Crooked Cross.
Both the questions.
Is that guy the clown? Is that guy the clown? Is that guy the clown?
Yeah, we got questions.
Which one's the clown?
Is your face colder now from Emerald Spires 4?
No.
Which one's the clown? He's the clown? All right, let's go see if they have. I want to see a Chuckles the Clown short. I'm the clown? Yeah, no, I am the clown. I know that. Okay. Let's see. Let's go to their shorts. Popular. All right, Revenge of the Clowns. This one has 1.3 million views. Maybe this is a good clown one.
You can hear into the veil. Mikey, can you be Chuckles for me again?
You're going to. Oh, God. No! I haven't seen this many greased up goblins since Rush Week at ClownCon.
Oh, God, not him! How is it even possible? I accidentally killed that other clown, Clutzy.
I feel like I'm walking into a skit in the middle of it. So maybe this is very funny. And I appreciate that it seems like it's very funny to many people. But it kind of feels like I've walked into a skit in the middle of it. And I don't understand what the joke is. Is that all their shorts are?
You want a snack? I found some cured turkey paste.
What?
It says gobble goo. I'm assuming it's turkey.
No.
I can't really taste it. You sure? All right, it'll be.
Okay, so my guess, this is what my prediction is. This is what my guess is. This is what I'm feeling here. My feeling here is it's not so much that it's super funny. It's that people like feeling like they're laughing along, joking along, goofing and gaffing along with these guys. And my guess is that if you watch enough of these clips, you kind of, or even the show, you kind of get into the vibe of like what makes them laugh or how they laugh, and you find yourself sort of enjoying feeling like you're a part of laughing alongside them. That's what I'm getting here. Which I think is actually great, right? That's the way you make yourself endearing to a community, is you make them feel like they want to like be in on the joke with you. Let's try it. I guess I expected them to be a little funnier though. Oh, this is a great one so
Gideon,
far.
who was the last person you killed?
Might have been the clown from Carnival.
The voice of the last person you killed tells you things about their life no one wants to know.
You know I had chlamydia.
Chuggles, you were a mediocre clown at best. I accidentally killed you, and I'm starting to think that it wasn't an accident.
The one thing I'll never forget is the sound of their screams.
Chuggles, who are you even talking about?
I scream.
What is the
You
name?
scream. We all scream. In the terrible house fire at the family reunion.
Oh, that was pretty funny. That was pretty funny. All right, yeah. I mean, listen, it's a great way to sell yourself, right? Get people to feel like they're like laughing along with you. I wonder if any of these guys know people that I know, because Baltimore's not a huge community. Are they in Baltimore? Or are they? Do you know guys know where they are in Maryland? Are they Baltimore? Let's try to see if we can find them. It's a super solid clown voice. Yeah, it's a really good clown voice. This is their media kit. Look at all their views and followers. Oh my god. Ooh, not 100K on Instagram. That's big. That's a big deal. That's a bigger deal than most of these other websites. Not showing me really what I want to see though. Let's see. It's all gonna be just clips, isn't it? I don't want to log in. All just clips. Clips forever. This one has 1 million.
Alexander Hamilton, why are there so many perverts in your mansion?
What do you mean? Like just my guests?
They're in the walls. They look through the eye holes and they stick things through the holes.
They peeked at us while we were sleeping and changed.
I am so jealous of people that find these that have local people to create stuff with. The fact that these guys are all in the same room when they are... Oh, Rockville? Okay, Rockville's not far from Baltimore. The fact that all of them are in the same place, though, and that they're playing together in the same space, has such a huge impact on their watchability. One of the biggest issues here... They're live right now on Twitch, right? Where's Twitch? We're gonna have to watch a million commercials for a second. But one of the biggest things that makes a actual play more engaging and makes it more watchable is having people in the same room. There's so much that gets lost in translation and becomes less engaging when the person that you are playing with is on a computer and you're on a computer. There is so little that, I mean, you can still get a lot across, but you lose so much. So the fact that, okay, so like here, let's like the fact that they are all in the same space is huge. The fact that they are making themselves laugh so much is huge. Marauders, I don't care. Stop fucking whining. Jesus Christ. Why do you expect for me to let you be a mod? See, Twitch has so many ads. I told you I don't care. We're trying it. There will be growing pains. Shut the fuck up. Jeez Louise. You get to feel like you're part of the gang, like it's a social experience, but only part of the way, like it's semi-social. Exactly. Yeah, Horror Dude, starting in November, we're going to start streaming on. We're going to try Twitch out. Marauder did not get mod. Marauder will almost certainly never get mod. That is my guess. They continue every single time they ask to be mod, they say some real fucking vague shit that makes me feel like they don't really have any sense of what it means to be a mod. And then the 13-year-old comes out, and I am reminded that they are almost certainly 13. How many sets of dice do I have? Not a lot. But anyway, to get back to my point, there are so many actual plays. And there are a lot of actual plays that are very good at making successful TikToks. Here, I'll show you. What's another good one? Like a Cast Party. Cast Party. D&D. These guys. Really, really solid creators. They've got like 1,000 people on the Twitch. They got 7,000 on the Instagram. Their TikTok, their YouTube's not as good, but they're solid. They're like a really solid actual play. But even them, they're almost always in other places. They're very rarely in the same place. Like they've got this one shot of people together. That's a rare happening. There is some power. There is some serious power to the filming on location. Oh man, I wish I had people in Philly to play with. Oh, I wish I had a little crew of performers and a studio and people that were willing and eager to do that kind of stuff. My God, that'd be cool. I even have a place that I think I could record, and it wouldn't be that messy to do. All right, Arcane. Arcane's been waiting a while. D20 Deathmatch has cool shorts. Yeah, D20 Deathmatch is also really cool. It can be hard to pick up on body language and subtle unspoken communication with online. Yeah, for sure. I mean, something like 70% of communication is not the words you say. You have 99 sets? That's cool. I have just a big bag of dice. Did yours get reviewed? Not yet. Not yet. That we're looking at Arcane. They made a fighter that could focus on infiltration. Which we're going to look at, and then we went on a whole tangent. Which I like. I'm a big fan of tangents. I play over Discord because our party is literally in 5 different states. Yeah, I'm in a similar spot, man. I have one group of friends that play together in Philly that are like some of my oldest friends, but they're really not performers, and like, I don't trust them to be performers. I love them as people, but they're not performers. You want so much caffeine? I don't have any to give you. Your in-party group just disbanded over disagreements. Oof. That's rough. I have one incomplete set I got out of a 50-cent jar. That's the way to do it. I play over Discord sometimes. I play in person with with my one group, but they have no interest in doing anything like a show. You're allergic to caffeine? That's crazy. This is called the Spectral Knight, a subdivision of warriors that spend years studying and recording various ghosts and ghastly entities. That is not a complete sentence. You need to say spectral knights are. Through vigorous training and research of these entities, these knights hope to discover a method to incorporate various necromantic properties of said entities. I would just say to incorporate, you know, to incorporate necromantic properties into them. I don't know. Of said entities is weird. It feels like, what said entities? Why are we talking around them? It is through their endless pursuit of understanding the necromantic properties of these incorporeal... Stop writing the same phrase over and over again. Write something different. This last sentence actually doesn't say anything. You could probably just get rid of the whole thing. You play virtually with your friend in Cambridge. You can't see his side most of the time, so he has an addiction to fudging his dice. You should do a dice roll. Use an online dice roller. Use Owl Bear Radio, totally free. Or just Roll20 or any number of things. I always, if I'm a dungeon master and I'm playing online with people, I always have them roll digitally. I don't want to deal with even the chance of any of that sort of stuff, you know? They're not even the same color. You accidentally grabbed 2d10 thinking you grabbed a d100. Hey, there you go. Cinder, where can you find the actual play where I play as guard? It's called Unbalanced Encounters. You can find it anywhere podcasts are, or you could go to the website here. Here's the website. Boom. I don't care if they hate digital dice. They're playing in my D&D game. They have to abide by my D&D rules. Look, Builder sent you to the Patreon. You don't need to do the Patreon. You can just listen. But I appreciate the subtle push there. Digital dice or cam on your dice? Cam on your dice is not bad, but I feel like that's a lot of work that people don't want to do. And also, it's like, are you having like a perpetual cam? Does that mean each person has like multiple cams set up? It's kind of a lot. Why do you hate them? Why do I hate what? Not everyone can set up a cam on their dice tower? Yeah, exactly. Okay, so let's see. This is going to be a ghost thing. This is a ghost night. All right, I'm a big fan of ghost nights. I think that's cool. I like a ghost night. The closest thing to a ghost knight right now is probably the Echo Knight, in a weird sort of way. I feel like the Echo Knight is sort of a ghost knight in its own sort of way. You might... Am I a crazy person for saying that? I don't think so. D&D Beyond does have built-in dice system, yes, but a lot of people don't want to play over D&D Beyond. Is a Patreon a subscription or a payment you have to a physical renews? What does that mean? To physically... It's a subscription. If you sign up for a Patreon membership in general, it's a monthly thing. You'd have to cancel it. But you can always just click cancel it immediately after you sign up for it. If you're considering joining my Patreon, you should know that the first tier, which is I think $1, is basically just a you want to support me tier. If you want to get access to like the homebrew submission stuff for the members, that's the second tier. Rising Seeker. Why did you time me out, Cinder? I'll still behave. I haven't timed you out for a while. I think somebody wanted. I think one of my mods deleted one of your comments at one point, but I don't know if they might have timed you out, but I didn't do that. I think they just acknowledged that you were whining, so they timed you out on my behalf, which I appreciate. And the answer to why they timed you out was because you were whining. And sometimes whining is okay, but at this point, we now have a rapport, Marauders, and you keep asking to become a mod, which makes me pay more attention to what you say. I want to support, but I can't guarantee I can afford to pay every month. And listen, Horror Dude, bro, you don't have to, dude. Don't stress over it. I appreciate you wanting to support in general. If you want to support in general and you can't afford it, just like the streams, tell people to follow me. Say, hey, there's this guy Cinder. He's pretty cool. You have D&D people. That's all I need. Just you to come hang out. Just come hang out and watch the show. That's enough support. The rest of us use D&D Beyond for character sheets, but he insists on paper because he can use his special homebrew. That just... I'm going to be honest, Pure Platinum. That just sounds like a whole issue. That just sounds like a larger issue that has very little to do with anything in-game or dice, and has to do with a player. And if I had a player that was doing that, I would say I would just stop them. Yeah, I kind of Dr. Space Cape. I kind of agree. I don't think I would necessarily immediately just remove them from my game, but I would definitely not allow them to include homebrew without me going over it first. And I would definitely not allow them to include anything that I didn't have, like, a direct copy of. You know what I mean? Horror Dude, bro, do not spam... No, not in the chat. Everyone here does that already. It's like, when you spam in the chat, follow Cinder. That's essentially yelling at everybody who came into class about the people who cut class. Like, you're yelling at the wrong people. Roll or point by your character's stats? I always do point by. I hate rolling for stats. I'm really not a fan of it. You like rolling for stats? I've just never had a good experience with it. Rolling for stats, in my experience, is almost always a player ends up way stronger than everyone else or way weaker than everyone else, or a player complains and wants to re-roll until their stats are good. It's just like... It just creates tedious conversations that I don't give a shit about. It's like so much easier to save, so much time saving and balance saving to just let everybody take point by. Joff, yeah, that's pretty legit. Rolling always ends up with one overpowered. Yeah, it's kind of what. Yeah, exactly. You can roll for stats if you want to. But I just am not a fan. If you ever play in a game with me, you won't be rolling for stats. All right, speaking of rolling for stats, let's see what we get. If you want to give expertise in something, you don't write expertise. You write out the mechanic. So you would say, you gain proficiency in the stealth skill. Whenever you roll, when you roll a stealth skill, you add your proficiency bonus twice. You actually have to write out the mechanic here. Expertise is like it's saying it's sort of the equivalent of saying you gain cunning action. It's like it's not the way that it works. You gotta write the feature out. You're gonna test roll? Alright, cool. The main feature it looks like we get is Spectral Shift, though. Harnessing very cold necromantic energies of the weave, you are able to temporarily shift your form from a solid state to a more translucent spectral body, rendering you incorporeal. That is really strong. I feel like I've read this before. Have I read this before? Chat, have I read this before? You can use a bonus action to start your spectral shift, which lasts a minute. It ends early if you're incapacitated. You can also dismiss it at any time, no action required. It should be like a bonus action or something to dismiss it. While in your spectral shift, you gain the following features. You gain a bonus to your AC equal to your proficiency bonus. Your walking speed increases by 10. You can move through creatures or objects, and it doesn't count as difficult terrain. If you end your turn in an occupied space, you are shunted. Does this mean you can walk through walls? To be clear, when you say objects, what do you mean here? Also, why is the little... Get rid of this. Why are they doing this little S thing? Don't do that. This isn't a question of it being plural or singular. It's just plural. I would say that if you mean objects explicitly, not meaning doors, walls, windows, floors, then I think this could be okay. It is still a little too strong in my opinion. I don't like the AC bonus equal to your proficiency bonus. It's kind of just numbers go up, which is not great from a design perspective and also not particularly evocative. The most evocative part is you can move through objects and creatures, but we don't know what objects are. So I need some clarification here. This seems like a better rogue 10th level ability. Yeah, even if it's just the AC bonus, it's very strong. I probably would drop the AC bonus, and I would probably replace it with some ability to deal extra damage every turn. I would drop the AC bonus and be like, once per turn when you hit a creature with a weapon attack, you deal an extra d6 necrotic damage, or a d6 cold damage, something like that. Now, in terms of the move through creatures and objects, again, we need clarification on what that means. Because if it's things like crates and tables and stuff, it might be fine. If it's like walls, floors, ceilings, it's way overpowered in a way that is unreasonable. At 7th level, how often can you use this? Proficiency bonus times? That's fine. It's a little bit, you can balance these features a little bit more, these special mode features, by not making them proficiency bonus times, just making them twice a day. Sort of like the spirit, sort of like the, not the spirit warrior, the samurai, where you start with a limited use, and then you get a little bit more later, and then at a higher level, you get a thing where if you start combat without use, you get 1 use. I would not have them get it back on a short rest if it's proficiency bonus times. Spectral Ascension. Through continued and consisted practice. What the fuck is this word? You mean consistent, I think? Of your spectral shift, you slowly begin to draw out the full potential of this technique. You now gain the following benefits during it. On each of your turns, one of your attacks or weapons deals an extra 1d8 damage to the target. You gain a fly speed. You become resistant to everything. Your hit point maximum can't be reduced. This is a little too strong. I think it's a little too strong. The 7th level fighter feature is normally not that strong. I would say this is a, if you drop the extra damage, just make it a fly speed and damage resistance. I would make it non-magical first of all, not all, because you're sort of ghostly. And then I would probably make you get this at level 15, and I think it would be reasonable. But I don't think it's reasonable at level 7. Yeah, it's way too strong. Way too strong. I would get rid of... Yeah, I think you just need something different at 7th level here. This could be where you maybe make them... Casters get fly at 5th level. Oh, databank. Don't play coy. That is so different. That is so different. How many 3rd level spells do they have at 5th level? How much concentration is required? It's a... You're talking apples and oranges, Data. Now you're just being confrontational. It's a bad comparison and you know it. It doesn't matter. It's yeah, exactly. Not the same, but similar. Yeah, similar in one way and not the same in every way that matters for balance. Yeah, but then why are you saying it, man? If you know that it's not, if you know that at the end of the day it's not worth comparing, then why make the comparison? In my games, I have a rule where if you want a multi-class, you have to go through the process of becoming that class you're applying to fill. Okay, if you say so. If you say so. At 10th level, we get Spectral Body. Your connection to Necromantic. I don't like the word Necromantic. I don't know why, but it just doesn't sit right for me. Has inured you with the ability to blah, 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 blah. You gain resistance to necrotic and poison damage. If you're using your Spectral Shift, you become immune to them. That's fine. Let's see. While using Spectral Shift, you or another creature within 60 feet of you is hit by an attack roll. You can end your Spectral Shift as a reaction. That creature becomes immune to the attack. Yeah, that's kind of weird. I don't feel like this matches any vibe. I would probably get rid of this. What is the this doesn't, I don't know. This feels like it's out of left field. I like that it's doing something different, but I don't think it's doing something different in a way that fulfills the lore or the story of this character. I would go in a different direction here. I would probably go in more ghostly direction and less in a defensive, protecting. Like, this doesn't feel like a subclass that wards someone, you know? It doesn't feel like it has. It doesn't feel like it should be a warding subclass. Because it feel like necro and romantic as opposed to necro and mantic? Maybe. Yeah, I think that part of this, yeah, I feel like this whole thing honestly is a much better 7th level feature, but I'm not buying the lore of this last part. Is that in addition to the ability requirement? What are you talking about? If you want a multi-class, okay, yeah. I feel like that's reasonable. I think it depends though. Like sometimes there's story elements that'll solve that for itself. Your flavor text is too long. Like, we're not getting into the ability until here. That's taking too long. All of this is flavor text. This is too much flavor text. While using your Spectral Shift, you become immune to all of these effects. That's really fucking strong on a fighter. That's really strong on a fighter. I don't know how I feel about getting all of those immunities. I feel like that might be too much. And then the 18th level ability, a bunch more flavor text. I'm just going to skip. Even Data thinks this is too much, so it's definitely too much. It's just a lot. It's just a whole lot. That could maybe be an 18th level ability or like a once a day ability for a very brief period of time. Yeah, if Databank thinks it's too strong, it's definitely too strong. I think 15th level is where you do the resistant to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing while in your ghost form. That's what I think you do at 15th level. Fly speed at 10th. And then you could tie some other things in there too. I don't care if it's just during Spectral Shift. You get a bunch of uses of it. I don't like that this 15th level fighter has a better rage than a 20th level barbarian. Yeah, it is a little too one trick. That's why I think you gotta tone down what Spectral Shift does. Or disseminate it more throughout and give them other abilities. Yeah, 7 immunities is a lot. It's a lot of immunities. And then 18th level, as an action, you can attempt to possess a creature within 30 feet of you. The creature is incapacitated, loses control. You can now control the body, but doesn't... I'm actually going to say, call me crazy, but I don't think you should get a possession feature here. I don't think it fits. I think if you want to do a possession feature, you got to start selling the fiction of it a little earlier. Would it be cool to have the idea for a paladin that specializes in ranged weapons? I don't think you could make it exclusive. I think you could make a paladin that has the ability to use ranged weapons on occasion, but I don't think... I don't think there's a solution for smite being ranged permanently. I don't think I don't think there's a way to solve that problem. I think I have ideas for how to solve that problem. But I think if you're trying to make a ranged paladin, you got to play around with that a little bit. That's the challenge, is how do you make smiting work in a way that you're not totally going against things that I think you shouldn't go against. I like the flavor of this thing a lot. But it just is too damn strong almost immediately off the bat, and it continues to be too strong pretty consistently throughout. If I were you, I think you break down spectral whatever, a spectral shift, and you slowly disseminate its pieces throughout so that by the time you're level 18, it can fly and has resistance to stuff and can maybe move through stuff a little bit, but you gotta way tone it back. And then you need to give us at least a couple things that you just have that are not tied to spectral shift. Because the only thing that we get that isn't tied to spectral shift is the stealth, which is not enough. It's just not enough. What about a smiteless paladin? How does that work, Bildo? It's like a core class mechanic. I don't see how it works. We don't have enough flexibility in the ways that you get subclass features as a paladin to make a smiteless paladin, in my opinion. Any paladin can play with... That's why you're asking me? The answer isn't... The answer is... Okay, so then I'm saying no. The answer is no. It doesn't work. What about a smiteless paladin? I would say about a smiteless paladin, it doesn't work. It doesn't matter, even if something could replace a smite, it doesn't matter, because as a paladin, at 3rd level, you get channel divinity options. That's it. That is not enough or a consistent enough thing to make up for losing a smite. It's just not. It's not a hard question. It's a question that ignores core mechanics. Doesn't make it a hard question. It just makes it a silly question. Or it makes it a question where the answer is you have to go against the core mechanics in a way that I don't want to. How can you eat the sun? I don't know. Does that make it a hard question? Does it make it a... I also might make it able to move the location that you put your aura is centered, so you can just buff your allies from being far away. You'd have to be real... Again, like... You'd have to do some real fundamental shifts with how you'd make it work. I don't know. I've seen a lot of people try to do it. I don't think it's particularly worked in most of those cases. I've seen people do the thing where they try to do ranged smites, but you smite with a lower number. I've even done... Like, I've helped people make homebrew that kind of does that. Yeah, I don't know. All right, Spectral Knight. Those are my thoughts. It's a little too strong in most directions, but I think it's a pretty fun idea. Thank you, Arcane, for sharing. Brains. Brains. Hey, Cinder. That's me. Do you tie a no without touching a rope? How do you tie a knot without touching a rope? Patience. I'm doing it because my friend is mad that he can't smite with his gun. This is... Okay, if you want to know, at the end of the day, how I would make a paladin be able to smite, I think there are 2 ways. One is something that I think you could do, which is you just make a magic item. And you say, when a paladin is wielding this magic item and they hit a creature with an attack roll, they can expend a spell slot to deal radiant damage as if they used their smite ability at the creature. And I would either make it very limited in how often they could do that, like once a day, or I would make it so when they used that sort of ranged smite through the gun, instead of it doing d8s, it did d6s or possibly d4s. Or do something like that. That's the easiest ways. Don't make it a subclass. Just make it a magic item. You want to make it a subclass feature, I would make it something like one of their channel divinities is that they can activate it, and while the channel divinity is active, they can smite on ranged attacks, and that is only active for like a minute. Something like that. But again, then still most of the time they would still be not doing that. Take their bonus action? I don't think it needs to take their bonus action if you tie it to a magic item or a channel divinity so that it's somewhat limited in use. I haven't had ranged smites come up as a question yet, so I'm kind of just reserving judgment. I think it's fine. I just don't think it's good. I don't think it's easy to make a core class mechanic. I think it's a lot easier to make it a magic item than to figure out how to build it into a paladin chassis. And I think that if you wanted to feel... If there are other ranged attackers and you don't want the paladin to just destroy all of them, you make it so it does less damage than a normal smite. The archery fighting style could be an issue there for sure. Get some heavy hitting again. I made a smite spell that is for ranged weapons for him. It's called Electrifying Smite. It does 1d6 lightning and sets the target's movement to 0 on their next turn. That's kind of fun. That sounds cool. I like that. Archery fighting style plus bless plus sharpshooter is strong without adding smites. That does sound like a ranger. It does sound like a ranger smite. Honestly, there are ranger spells that are smites. Ensnaring strike. Ice cream strike. Chocolate strike. Banana strike. Oregano strike. Leopold strike. Rendezvous snake. Oh man, I'm losing my brain. I said snake, not strike. You're fond of oregano strike? Yeah. Sadly, there are basically only 2. Yeah, there's not a lot, unfortunately. Roly poly 1, 2, 3. How much damage should the sun do per turn? Isn't there a dragon in D&D that has like a layer action that has to do with the sun? Sun dragon? Solar dragon? There you go. Any creature that enters the star or starts its turn inside takes 24 d10 radiant damage. So I think a sun or a star deals 24 d10 radiant damage around. Also, how impressed are you that I just knew that? Come on. You can't argue with that. I'm unstoppable. Encyclopedic up here. Mm-hmm. Now let's see what Roly Poly has for us. Based on the Well of Man or Brand Man. I don't know what the Brand Man is. What's the Brand Man? Guys, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know how late we're going to go tonight. I am a little bit, I'm sure you can hear it in me, I'm a little bit sniffly. And I think I need to not do a super late night tonight. So I don't know how many of the pieces we're going to get through. I think we're going to end up actually getting through less than we normally do, which is a bummer because it's spooky night. But we will also not That's okay. We'll survive. Tomorrow night, just so you guys know, tomorrow night on stream, we are going to be making some D&D boons. We're going to be reading and designing some boons, some magical boons for D&D. And if you want to be a part of making them, then you should come to stream. And if you want to make some suggestions for what boons to make, there's a link in the Reddit. There's a link in the video description that takes you to the Reddit post that I made where I'll be grabbing ideas from. And the idea is we're going to come up with themes, like a bunch of Feywild boons. But you made them already? Bildo, the ones you made are 100% not what I was asking for. I appreciate that you made a bunch of boons, but I so very explicitly said we are making themed boons. And the ones you shared are not themed. They are not tied together by theme. They are tied together by power level, which is not what I was asking for. So while I admire it, and we might look at some of them, wasn't the assignment. So we're going to be coming up with some themes to make boons around and building some boons around those themes together as a team. It's not an excuse for you to sneak in some extra homebrew review. We're going to be making homebrew together. The idea being that at the end of it, if you want to give some Feywild boons, or if you want to give some undead boons, or if you want to give some sci-fi boons, or whatever, you will have them. And at the end of it, whenever we make a full piece of homebrew on stream, I share it with you guys, so I will also share it with you guys afterwards. So you guys will have it. In fact, I probably need to reorganize the Discord so those are easier to find. But yeah, that's what we're going to do. Tomorrow. Not tonight. Tonight we're doing this. But you put your name at the top? What does that have to do with anything? I always appreciate the... One sec, what is this? I'm streaming. Oops. Second. Okay. You're trying to make a class that is a constitution caster. That is basically you spend a long time in another plane. You are more than welcome to make a constitution caster if you want to. I will tell you from the bottom of my heart, I don't think you should submit it to me. I think there is plenty of people in the Discord that will happily take a look at it. But I am very fervently anti-constitution casters. Not a lot of people agree with me. Some people really actively disagree with me. But I am not interested in them. I have seen so many goddamn blood caster, constitution caster. I'm both bored of them and don't think they ever work. So I would say, make it if you want. I don't want to tell you not to do anything, but share it with people. But if I read it, I don't think I will be that helpful. We got approximately 1 million blood mages? Yes, we get too many blood mages. Bildo, you can do it as an outlet for your OCD, but I'm just saying that if you're not answering the question I ask, I'm not going to pay as much attention to the thing you post. Or I'm not going to look at it instead of looking at the things that are asking the question that I'm answering the question that I'm asking. What's a wuckus? Zach, are you watching right now? Where are you? No, I don't think he is. It uses spell points rather than spell slots, which is cool, but I try to balance it. If you don't want it submitted, I won't. Yeah, I mean, look, you can submit it, but choosing to submit it is choosing for me to basically yell for 5 minutes and maybe give some helpful info, but most likely not. So like that's kind of on you. I'll say this: if you choose to submit it, you are choosing to be okay with me just yelling for a couple minutes and then closing it and not reading that much of it. So if you like that, then do that. But if you don't like that, then don't do that. Some people like that. I made a concaster, but like halfway through decided it sucked as con and made it wisdom. Ugh, excuse me. No wuckus. Australian for no worries. Zach, you want to know something funny? So there's a pretty massive YouTube channel / Twitch legend Avatronis or whatever. Legend of Avertrion or whatever the fuck they're called. And I thought they were Australian, or I thought at least one of them was, because he plays a character with an Australian accent, but it turns out they're not Australian. Okay, Sarah. Legend of Avantris. Yeah, there you go. Careful, Zach. Bildo has you. I don't know what that means. I'm worried. What are we looking at? What the fuck are we looking at? This creepy looking thing? Alright, cool. Look at this guy. Spooky arms. It stopped his chat? Gangly? What are you talking about? It is gangly. And these raindrops kind of look like Pokemon things, because they got weird squiggles. I feel like it's a very anime thing to put these little squiggles on stuff. To no wookin' furries, to no wuckus. You all are okay if you say so. And like all its spells in the list are exclusively healing and support with some. Okay, now you're just okay. That's cool. Whenever people make a new class, my question always becomes, what's the point of it? Why does it need to exist? Just such a like a pessimistic question, but I can't help it. It is the first thing that I want to know. Why not? Why is it not a subclass? You have a wisdom caster that is a custom. Most of its abilities are healing and support. Why is that not just a druid? Why is that not just a cleric? Why is that not just a bard that uses wisdom? I don't know. That's what I wonder, though. This is the Well Fiend. Let's see. It's a CR21 monster. Okay. Is it supposed to be CR21? Why is this CR21? Here's what I'm going to say, and I'm going to say this out of the kindness of my heart. I need to think about my words because I don't want to come off as rude. You should never put something in a monster stat block if you don't have a reason for putting it. If you don't have a logical, very clear reason to put it. Nothing in this stat block says CR21. It has a fucking +3 to hit. Okay, so let's talk about a couple things here. Where does this +3 come from? Huh? How does it have a +3 to hit? Because the way this monster's stats work out, it would be literally impossible for it to have a +3 to hit. Because this claw needs to be tied to strength or dexterity. Okay? So its plus is +2. But actually, depending on what challenge rating it is, it has a proficiency bonus. And it adds its proficiency bonus as well. So what you would want to be doing is +2 plus your proficiency bonus. So lowest it's going to be is +4 to hit. Highest it's going to be is like +8 or 10 or something. So your math is jank. You got jank math. Con saves says 7 plus proficiency bonus. Where? Well, let's read what this thing does. Magic resistance. All magical attacks and spells made towards the creature have disadvantage to hit and take half damage. Spells that are over time wear off after 1 turn. This is not magic resistance, because magic resistance is an ability in D&D that does not do this. So if you are giving something an ability that is not the exact same thing as magic resistance, don't call it magic resistance. Also, a turn is the wrong word to use here. You want to say a round. So the way that what I would probably do for this feature is I would probably call this one super magic resistance or fiendish magic resistance or whatever the fuck you want to call it. And then you say magical attacks against this creature are any magical attacks have disadvantage against this creature, and it makes saving throws against spells and magical abilities with advantage. Period. And then, okay, actually, this would be fucking bullet points, because it's too many things. So super magic resistance, 1 bullet point. Magical attacks are made with disadvantage against it. Other bullet point, it has advantage on saving throws or whatever, if you want to do that. Other bullet point, it has resistance to all magical damage. Other bullet point, any magical effects affecting it that are ongoing end after 1 round, end at the start of its next turn, end at the end of its next turn, etc. Get your wording in there, my guy. Get your wording in there. Because right now, this is just a bunch of gobbledygook. And the bones are there, but they are hidden by the miasma of improper language. And numbers being all fucked. So let's see. It has a claw that does less. It has a claw that has a smaller attack bonus than a kobold. The target is inflicted with a DC 12 con check. Con saving throw, first of all. Checks and saving throws are different. Why is this a con check? Why is this not a saving throw? If it's a check, why is it a check? It's not a check, it's saving throw. What the fuck are you saying with target is inflicted with a DC 12 con save? Have you ever seen anything written like that in anything ever in D&D? Ever. Has any monster ability or any spell ever inflicted someone with a saving throw? I don't believe they have. In fact, I would argue that this thing probably shouldn't have an attack roll at all, because it just is a saving throw. And it doesn't do any damage, normally. So why is this clause? This is confusing. Hi, Samoa. Welcome. Lovely to have you. Writing monsters is hard, but this person's going out of their way to not pay attention to how monsters are written. So the way that I would write this ability if I were you is I would say something like, it does 12d... Where's the 2d10... Oh my god. Oh. Why is it written this way? Okay, so do you want to rewrite this properly? I will help you. We will guide you through this. When you are making an attack roll, you do the plus to hit, you do the raid. This is not range, this is reach, okay? Range is only if it's a ranged attack. Target one target, perfect. On a hit, 2d10 slashing damage, okay? And then you put the average of what that is on the side. And then it probably should be 2d10 slashing damage plus whatever their strength or dex is or whatever they're attacking with. And then you put a fucking period. And then you have the next sentence, and then you say, the target then makes a Constitution saving throw DC 12, period. On a failure, the target takes 1d6 necrotic damage at the start of each of their turns, period. At the end of each of their turns, the target can make an additional saving throw to attempt to remove the curse or whatever. Something like that. The way you write abilities is profoundly important in making them understandable. I didn't even know this thing did fucking slashing damage because it was hidden all the way at the end. Corrupting spirits. When this action is made, again, what is this language? Just say what it does. The Well Fiend can summon 1d3 corrupted spirits. And don't say it can... There are so many abilities in D&D that use the language you're using. Why did you not copy their formatting? The formatting is established for a reason. So here's what you do. You say conjure spirits, and then you say once per day. You could even do 1-day. And then you just say the Well Fiend summons 1d3 corrupted spirits. We know it's an action because it's under the actions tab. Zach does actually speak giant. You don't need to ask him. He does. You have to trust him. And I can prove it because I speak every language as we've established in the lore. Broken speech. When a creature uses this action, again, everything I just said about the action economy thing, say it. DC wisdom check or becomes frightened. Who becomes frightened? Until a DC 15 wisdom check is made. Why are they different? So, whenever you're doing something like this, where you're giving a creature an ability that has some sort of ongoing effect, there really is no reason to do different saving throws. It's just going to make things more complicated and harder to believe. Like, not harder to believe, harder to keep track of. So what does this ability do? Broken Screech. You need to say how this works. What creature makes a wisdom saving throw? So you would say something like, Broken Screech. The Well-Fiend targets a creature that it can see within 60 feet of it. Period. That creature must make a DC 15 wisdom saving throw, or a DC 12 wisdom saving throw. Not a check, a saving throw. On a failure, they become frightened until the end of their next turn. Or whatever, they become frightened. At the end of each of their next turns, they must repeat the saving throw. If they fail again, they take an additional 1d4 psychic damage. Also, put the H in the right place. You spelled psychic damage. So, this is I mean, there's some interesting ideas here, right? I like the ongoing curse effects of, like, you're frightened and your mind is unraveling. Oh, that's kind of fun. But you are so missing the formatting here that these pieces feel so unfinished. Like, the reason why I make such a big deal about formatting and getting the right language is because the right language and the right formatting, it makes your piece feel finished, and it makes your piece easy to understand. So, putting aside the fact that your math is all over the place, this is not a CR21 monster. Everything is jumbled and, like, you need to get your stats higher. This thing needs more saving throws. It should have legendary resistances. It should have legendary actions. It should have way more it can do with its action economy. There's a million things that I think need to be tweaked a little bit to make this a CR21 monster. And you should look at other CR21 monsters to give you an example of what that looks like. I mean, we can do that right now. This guy's a CR21 monster. It has 400 hit points. Look, it has legendary actions. It has breath attacks. It has multi-attack. And if you look at this creature, the way that it's written is actually a great example of, look, here's like the 3 times per day. That's how that's written, okay? Or any ability that does a saving throw. Look how it's written. Copy this language. It doesn't need to be the ancient solar dragon, but you got to look at other monsters that exist to get your math right. Look how many saving throws it has. Look how it has some stats that are like 28, 26. Okay, if you're going to be making a high CR monster, it needs that big oompa. Otherwise, it's not going to work. The other thing that I'm going to say is, I feel like we talked about this earlier. Chat, let's see who remembers. What are the 2 things a very high CR monster needs? There's 2 of them. Does anyone remember what they are? I wonder who was here before that remembers. Good socks, exactly, Bildo. That was one of them. Legendary actions, no. Making it feel like it should. Exactly, Joff. This doesn't feel like anything right now. Like, what does it do? It's super magic resistant. It has a claw that deals some necrotic damage. It can frighten people and deal a little bit of psychic damage, but there's so many things that do that, right? There's aberrant monsters that do that. There's undead monsters that do that. If you're going to be making a CR21 monster, you got to think about it from this perspective. A CR21 monster is usually the final boss. It's usually the big thing at the end. And if the big thing at the end doesn't have very focused vibes, I feel like you're missing out on something. Like, you want it to be a memorable encounter. You want it to be like, whoa, now I understand what this thing is like because of these weird things it can do. Yeah, it has to make an impact, exactly. So I feel like if I were you, I would spend a little bit more time being like, well, what is this guy supposed to feel like? And how do I make it feel like that? Does it doing a little bit of necrotic damage every turn, or frightening and doing a little bit of psychic damage, is that enough to make it feel like what it needs to feel like? If that's enough to make it feel like what it needs to feel like, this should be a CR21 monster. This should be something way smaller. Because those are both reasonable things for a monster, but if you're making that big CR, that high CR monster, it just needs a little bit more. It needs something else to make it punch and feel unique in how it punches. So we're not going to read Corrupted Spirit, because I think, honestly, I think you have a lot to work with this stat block already. I don't think we need to go into the Corrupted Spirit. And I think that you should look at some other CR21 monsters, or monsters of similar CR, to get an idea both in terms of making sure all your numbers are up to snuff and making sure you're doing the math right for all of those numbers, but also making sure it's doing enough things that feel distinct and unique, and that the way you express the things that it does are clear and written in the proper format to be understood, and not more important, but as important as to be understood, to be respected. You want somebody to read your piece, and you want them to want to use it. You don't want somebody to read your piece and feel like this person doesn't know how to write for D&D. So changing that language, little things, right? Like rewriting the way you wrote Wiz Check to say Wisdom Saving Throw DC 15. Like just the stuff that people come to expect in the way things are written is so crucial to making somebody actually read your piece. All right, Roly Poly, thank you very much for sharing. Let's give Roly Poly a round of applause. Brains. 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 Brains, exactly. Exactly. Listen, roly-poly, everybody's got to start somewhere. Everybody's got to start somewhere. And if you start with a big scary monster, you got to make that monster truly big and scary in the right sort of ways. And I'm looking for that, you know, I'm looking to make sure it looks clear. Listen, Derek, you gotta talk to the wheel. I'm not in charge. Data, same. You gotta ask the wheel. I'm not in charge. If I've already tried looking at other monsters, if I've already tried looking at monsters, but I still can't pinpoint CR, what else can I try? It hasn't happened yet, so I don't have an example. I'm sure. The best thing to do is there is a chapter in the Dungeon Master's Guide that sort of gives an example. But the best thing to do is to find monsters that are somewhat similar. Like, that's what you got to do. Because if you look at all CR10 monsters, there's some radical differences there. So, like, what is your monster doing? Like, it's like, okay, I have, like, a big monster that, like, has a couple big attacks and is, like, a big, slow, heavy guy. Then you should look at some of the different types of giants. If your monster is more magical and spellcastery, look at some of the aberrant monsters. Look at some of the fey monsters. There's not a super specific science to it. It's like you have to sort of pull back from the flavor text and think about mechanically how does your monster function and what sort of impact does it have, and see what other monsters sort of match that. And that's the way to do it. This is designed to be a subclass for a druid that is based on the classic fairy tale witch. I would particularly like to know how balanced it is as many of these features. Also, apologies in advance for the long-winded wording of Primal Brew. I couldn't think of a better way to put it that still prevents exploit. All right, well, let's take a look. You're not on the wheel? Hey, whose fault is that? What happened if you ate a lich's phylactery? I've eaten a lich's phylactery before. It was fine. Hey, Tradosio, you didn't miss much. We just been reviewing some homebrew. Welcome back. Derek's been in a weird fucking mood tonight. I don't know what's up with him. I hope he's all right. Significantly increase the odds in someone cutting you open to looking for a break phylactery, I guess. Yeah, that's true. I've eaten a few phylacteries. You missed Angry Cinder? I've been angry. All of you think I'm actually angry. I'm not. I'm never really angry at you guys. If I genuinely got angry, I probably would end stream. Even when I'm really fucking harsh, I'm not angry. I'm just tired of repeating myself. So, like, if you ever hear me really yelling about something, it's because I've said it like 30 times on stream to like 30 different people. How did the phylactery taste? It was great. It was like really, really good. It was a little bit like, it was sort of like pudding, but a little bit more airy. It's sort of almost like cotton candy, actually, but not sweet. It was like cotton candy, but savory. It was pretty great. I really liked it. It's funny hearing you yell. Listen, I know people. Everyone likes hearing me yell except for the person I'm yelling at. That's always how it goes. Everyone loves hearing me yell until I yell at them, and then they don't like it anymore. Sometimes they don't like it in the first place, but that's usually how it goes. I think some of you like it when I yell at you, but not everybody does. Crunchy peanut butter full of air bubbles. No, more like cotton candy. More like cotton candy. Have you eaten black pudding every day of my life? I know you think it's funny, Derek, but I don't think everyone does. You're a masochist like that. And listen, I don't care if you guys do things that make me yell, because it's whatever. You know, it's part of the show. As long as you don't mind it, I don't mind it. Okay, let's see. Druid of Witchcraft practices potions, curses, charms to help and harm those around them. These people believe that a clever defeat using enchantment and preparation exploits enemies' weaknesses, honorable victory. This sentence I would just cut out. I don't think it says anything. Many of them have their targets unknowingly cause their own defeat, as it brings them joy to outsmart a foe. Okay, so if you're this is what my guess is. My guess is that what you're talking about here, this idea of like you like curse somebody into like being their own demise, which is, by the way, very haggy. My guess is that this is going to be tied to the ability that you're not sure how to write, because that's a very hard thing to do. So we're going to see if I'm correct in there. That is a we'll see. Am I friends with one-shot questers? No. I'm not friends with any YouTubers except for Zach Speaks Giant. And maybe a couple others. But no one else that's a proper-sized YouTuber. I'm friends with a couple people who are just sort of casual. I know you want me to reach out to Sam. I don't talk to him. I don't really know him. I'm happy to, but I haven't spoken to him in a long time. Most of the people that I know are on Twitch, not on YouTube. But I don't really know anybody. I definitely don't know. I would love to know XP to level 3. I know Davy Chappie. That's kind of a big name. I know Blaine Simple. That's kind of a big name. Blaine Simple and Davy Chappie and Zach Speaks Giant are probably the 3 biggest names I know. But I would like to know more. What the real goal is to start getting to know some people that are outside of the D&D space, but are like next to it. I feel like the people like I'll tell you who I want to know. In the YouTube space, I want to know internet comment etiquette. I would love to talk to that guy. A lot. I would actually go insane if I had the opportunity to like run D&D. Okay, here's a dream. Here's a legit dream of mine. I want to run a D&D game for Red Letter Media. Do you guys know who Red Letter Media is? Why am I not playing Baldur's Gate 3 with Chappie right now? Because he's playing with fucking other guys that I don't know. You act like we all have a little room where we're all like, hey, come on stream. That's not how it works. I think he's playing a game with other people, and it is not one that I was invited to. And I harbor no resentment about it. I should harbor resentment? No, I don't think so. Yeah, Red Letter Media, they're one of my favorites. I love them so much. I would love to do anything with internet comment etiquette at all. Other YouTubers, Wendigoon, I would really like to do some. I would love to run a D&D game for Wendigoon. I would love to run a D&D game for Mr. GG. You know, all those sort of horror people I really like. Have a little room. I appreciate that attitude, Bildo, but that's not. That's just not the way it works. It just don't work that way. I thought it was the way it worked, and I wanted it to be the way that it worked, and sometimes it's the way it works a little bit, but that's not the name of the game. Ginny D would be a cool person to know, but there's no way I think I'm gonna. I mean, she'd be cool to meet, but I think the best thing about doing something with Ginny D would be how dramatically different our vibes are. I think would be funny, but I don't know if it would be good. Is it stupid that your Baldur's Gate 3 party doesn't have a rogue? I don't think so. No. Dragoness, that is literally the last thing in the world that I want. I have had on a few occasions random people DM me or attempt to DM me representing streamers or content creators where they're like, hey, you should talk to this guy. It just makes me want to not talk to that person. That's all it does. We get some circle spells. We get Sleep, Tasha's Caustic Brew, Enthrall, Wither and Bloom, Enemies Abound, Fly, Confusion, Phantasmal Killer, Modify Memory, Dominate Person. I think these are really solid witch spells. I'm a big fan of them. Yeah, I think that you could do more, like, there's like Blight type stuff we could get in here if we needed to. But honestly, I think these are pretty solid. I'm a little bit surprised that, like, Curse isn't on here. There's the Curse spell. Or Eye Bite. Like, there's a couple spells that I think could... Eye Bite wouldn't fit. But there's a couple spells that I think could fit on this list that aren't here, and I'm not exactly sure why they're not, but I accept. Is Confusion really a 4th level spell? I thought it was 3rd level. Witch Bolt is so bad and not a witch spell. I wouldn't put it on here. Even the smallest differences can be fun. You panicked when you heard a dragon? Good. Hey, Dragonfire, what's up? My god, you guys are such fucking wankers. Bestow Curse! Yes, Bestow Curse. Thank you, Tradosio. I was trying to remember the name of the spell. Alright, Brewing Technique. Now, you mentioned that you thought Primal Brew was too long. Some abilities need to be long, but let's see what Brewer's Technique is first. At 2nd level, your expertise in witchcraft allows you to make and identify potions to near perfection. You gain proficiency in alchemy tools and your choice of healer or poisoner's kit. You also gain proficiency in medicine. Solid. I think that is A-okay. Let's see what Primal Brew does. Excuse me. You think Polymorph should be on the list? Oh, that's not a bad idea, actually. Maybe instead of Confusion. I agree with that. If they get access to Bestow Curse and Polymorph, then the extending makes sense for a curse you get. Baldur's Gate 3 ruined Polymorph. I don't have any characters high enough level to cast it yet. You think Phantasmal Force should be swapped for Polymorph? You think keep Confusion? They don't need Find Familiar because Druids get that innately as an alternative use of their wild shape now. Let's see what Primal Brew does. At 2nd level, you gain the ability to create elixirs with your magic. When you take a long rest, you can forego a number of spell slots equal to your wisdom modifier, and turn them into primal brews. Oh, interesting. These are at the cost of spell slots. I don't know how I feel about that. A primal brew contains the effects of one druid spell of a level equal to the spell slot you expended to create it. Then why does that matter? The spell must be prepared for you to store it in a brew. A creature who is holding a primal brew can take their action to either drink or throw the potion. If the effect has a casting time longer than one action, the effect of the spell will only activate once the casting time is up. That's tedious. I would just make it so you couldn't put spells in that have a casting time longer than one action. Just avoid that issue. Polymorph can only target enemies and only turn them into sheep? Really? Huh. I could see a balanced reason for that, but like, that's weird. I feel like that's a weird, that's surprisingly weak. I don't know. That's so weird. I feel like Baldur's Gate 3 usually goes in the direction of making you be able to be stronger than a regular D&D game. Huh. Yeah, that's weird. A creature can only drink a primal brew that contains a spell that only targets one creature or has a range of self. If the spell... Oh, I immediately... The reason is you're trying to make these be able to do too many things. Okay, so let's talk for a second. Here's the solution here. I don't even need to read the rest of this. You are trying to do too much with this ability. You are essentially, this is like an artificer type ability. You're like, I want to put a spell into a potion, and I want it to be limitless in what spell it does, and I have all these different rules to account for different types of spells, because there's so many different types of spells, and why are you doing this? This is the bigger question. Does being able to cast a spell into a potion, does that sell the lore of being a witch? I don't think so. Why not give us potions that do... This is what I would do if I were you. If you want to keep Primal Brew, keep it. But instead of it being a thing where you can cast spells into it, make it more like the Alchemist Artificer, where it's like you can pick a types of potions to brew. You gain a special cursed healing potion, or you gain a special whatever. Like, you can give someone a potion where they get a plus something to their strength or their dex, and then they get a level of exhaustion afterwards. Or a potion where a creature gains 5 temporary hit points every round for 10 minutes, but then at the end of it, something, you know what I mean? We give us some new, yeah, exactly. We want funky potions. Exactly. So the way that you fix this is you don't worry about trying to make every type of Druid spell work here. Just make it not do Druid spells. Make it do something unique and new. Something kind of witchy, I would argue. Especially if you're going in the hag direction, which it seems like you are based on the spell list. You know, get kind of creepy with it. Let it be creepy. It could be a random table. It also doesn't have to be random. You could make it so you could choose if you wanted to. And then I would probably say you can make a number of potions equal to, you know, maybe your proficiency bonus or your wisdom modifier or something. You could even do something where it's like you could expend a use of your wild shape to regain some potions, or I don't know, something like that. Or to quickly brew a potion or whatever. The Alchemist Artificer is a random table. This is true. But a lot of people don't like that. So yeah, that's how you fix this, is you don't try to make it based around Druid spells, because that's not selling any fiction. Unless the fiction is, I can cast a Druid spell into a potion, which I feel like is not a witch. Or it's not particularly witchy. Let's see what we get at 6th level. Strange Incantation. Once you reach 6th level, you gain the ability to bless and curse others through primal magic. As a bonus action, you can pick one creature you can see within 60 feet. The creature must make a wisdom saving throw against your spell save DC or have a mark placed on it. The creature can choose to fail the save. Upon a failure, you can choose to place the creature under a wretched or auspicious mark. I would not say place the creature under. I would say give the creature a wretched or auspicious mark. A wretched mark. They have disadvantage on all ability checks and saving throws made with one skill of your choice. What do you mean made with one skill? You mean one ability, right? Yes, you mean one ability, not one skill. Because you mean like strength or dex or whatever. You don't mean like perception. The creature has advantage on all ability checks and saving throws made with one skill. Again, ability, not skill. It lasts for 1 minute. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your wisdom modifier, and you regain all expended uses when you finish a long rest. I think this might be too many uses. How do you feel about that, chat? I feel like this is too many uses. Strange Incantation, I think, is mostly fine in terms of powers. I just think you can do it too much. I would probably make this way limited in use. It's pretty strong. Once per short rest, I think, would make sense. I think once per short rest would make a lot of sense. It's just too many uses. Maybe you could expend a use of your wild shape to use it again or something like that. Hex does not affect saves. This is correct. And that's why I think it's particularly strong. But I like what it does. I think it's cool. I like the vibe. It feels very witchy in that you're like making dark omens twice a day. I think twice a day is not a bad solution either. Once per long rest unless you expend a wild shape to do it again. And then make it a second level feature. You could do something like that. Nerf the laser? What laser? You silly. Oh, you're talking about something else? You made a subclass that's a video game laser cutter? You want to balance the ability to cut doors into a wall with a random table that mirrors structural instability? I don't think there should be a random table for structural instability. I feel like you could just account for that because some things are more stable than others. Should it require concentration? I think depending on how limited in use you make it, I don't think it needs to. I don't think it needs it. If you make it really limited in use, I don't think it needs it. The more you can use it, the more there's a reason to make it require concentration, etc. Other things like that. You could also make it a touch thing, where you have to touch the creature, as opposed to making it have a range of 60 feet. It would make it also balance it down a lot, but also change it quite a bit. Enhanced Bruise. At 10th level, when a creature heals or takes poison damage or acid damage from your primal brew, roll a d8. They gain a bonus to the healing or damage equal to the number rolled. If you are the one who used the effect, you can also use Strange Incantation. Okay, so honestly, your head is in the right space here. Where 10th level is a good place to give a bonus to what you give at 2nd level. But you are building a nice roof on a faulty foundation. So in the same way that I think this just needs a total rework, I think you use an improvement that fits whatever that rework is, and you cut this second part out. We don't need to tie Strange Incantation in. Not everything needs to tie together. Take this Strange Incantation part totally out. Starting at 10th level, you can observe creatures that you've marked. You can cast the spell Scrying with a casting time of only 1 action. If the creature that you are attempting to connect with has affected by your Strange Incantation in the last 24 hours, they automatically fail. This is cool, but it's a little bit too much. I think we're doing too much. I think that depending on how you enhance Bruise, I think you just can get rid of this whole feature. Or you can make this the 14th level feature. But I think at this point, we are doing too much. Even if you limit this to just enhancing the Bruise, I think we're doing too much. Bane and Bless is not a bad way of doing the Strange Incantations also. If you feel like advantage, disadvantage is a little boring, I think that's fair. It also would allow it to stack with other things that would give advantage or disadvantage. So there's more potential for you to like combo it with other things, which is kind of nice. And then we get Life Drain. You can use your action to point at one creature you have a Wretched Mark on. I don't think everything needs to be tied back to Wretched Mark and the other thing. I think you can have some things just be themselves. On a failure, the creature takes a bunch of necrotic damage. On a success, they take half. You then heal yourself or one other creature. This is okay. I don't think this should definitely be like it shouldn't be wisdom modifier times per day. That's a lot of healing and a lot of damage. I probably would make it more limited in use. But I feel like I would probably not use this. I would probably take the Watchful Mark and figure out how to turn that into the 14th level feature. I feel like that's way more interesting, a 14th level feature, than you just dealing a bunch of necrotic damage and doing some healing. I also feel like it fits better with the hag of like the watching stuff. I don't know. But yeah, I think it's an interesting idea. I think you got some stuff to work on. I think that your core mechanic needs some work, and I think once you figure out what that core mechanic is going to look like, you'll be a lot more in shape. All right, thank you, Elida. Let's give Elida a round of applause. Brains. How do I handle horny players at my table? I don't. What do you mean? Why would I have to do that? If I have a player start to do anything that I find to be cringy in a way that is sexual, I look at them and I say, stop. I say, don't be cringy. And I say it out loud in front of everyone else. I let them feel a moment of shame, and then I let them move on from that moment. I don't put up with it at all. I have zero patience for it. Because at the end of the day, if you want to be romantic in game, that's one thing. And I think you can do that in a lot of ways. But I have never seen someone be horny as a character and not having it be incredibly cringy or awkward. So I literally just say stop. I just say don't do that. And they're my friends. So if so they stop. And if they don't stop, I tell them again. And if they keep not stopping, I would probably stop the game. Yeah, Tradosio says that there's a difference between cringy, horny, and in-lore romance. I agree. All right, so I think here's going to be the deal. We've got a good amount left on the wheel. So here's what I'm going to say. We're going to stop soon tonight, but tomorrow... Actually, you know what I'm going to do? Let's make sure the Halloween thing is still open. I'm going to leave the Halloween wheel open. And here's what I'm gonna say. Let me actually put it in the video right now. If we didn't get to your piece tonight, we are going to look at more Halloween homebrew tomorrow. We are going to do some making of D&D boons and stuff too, but we are going to do both. So if your piece is still on the wheel and you didn't get looked at, we will keep the wheel going until, I think, actual Halloween. So we can hopefully look through all of them. And if you didn't submit something to the Halloween wheel yet, you still can. And I will actually repost the form on the Discord as well. Do that before I forget. Because I'm feeling myself getting tired in a way that I think I need to stop soon. Halloween wheel is open until October 31st. Right, there you go. It's in the submission section. Oh no, wait a second. It's still there. I don't need to resubmit it. Let me just it should still be here. Let me just edit this. Open till the 31st. Okay, there we go. So, if you didn't get a chance to submit any homebrew yet, you totally can. Hey Cinder, have you seen Dungeon Dads? Uvudum stat block. No, I haven't. I don't know what that is. I know what Dungeon Dads is, but I haven't listened to that much of it. Hope you spin yours tomorrow. I know I'm Maddie here, but you're Lucy on the wedge. All right, cool. I'm Lucy on the wedge. Actually, it's the wheel. No, it's the wedge. It's a wedge. See? A wedge. A wedge. A wedge. It's many wedges that make up a wheel. It's been a slow night. Doubt you had any impact. Did you do anything wrong, Joffrey? I don't think you did. You didn't do it. You were just being a little bit of a. You were just making some weird jokes at the beginning. That's fine though. So here's what we're gonna do. Tomorrow, we are probably gonna start stream around 7. I don't know exactly yet, and we are going to do a combination of the homebrew wheel, looking at spooky homebrew, and we are going to also create some boons, some D&D magical boons, some combination of those two things. And then if you want to submit homebrew that isn't Halloween themed, that submission is also open now. How does reflavoring for stat blocks work? In the briefest of nutshells, the way that it works is that you can... You mentioned the XXX 5e Christmas thing. What is the XXX 5e Christmas thing? I don't think I saw that comment. I think you interpreted me reading it as something that I did, but I didn't. And honestly, I don't even see it. It might have got kicked. It might have gotten blocked by a mod, or it might have gotten blocked by the auto mod, because I didn't even see that comment. But yeah, tomorrow we're gonna do more homebrew more horror Halloween homebrew. We're gonna make some magic boons, and it should be a good time. It should be a good time. Oh, Dylan took care of it. Nice, good job, Dylan. Dylan grabbed the. No, don't apologize. Joffrey knows that he's fucking cringy as hell sometimes. I've literally said it at least twice this stream. You don't need to apologize. You're actively working on it. It's okay, man. Like I said, I'm not kicking you out. I'm not. None of this is meant in a mean way. It's a monster that can stop time, does 10d10 plus 10 with its main attack, and can teleport you into orbit. That sounds fun. Have a good night, Cinder. Gonna join the Discord tomorrow? Hell yeah. You don't think that sounds fun? I think it sounds fun for like a level 20 party. If you're gonna make people fight a monster that can send them into orbit, you need to make sure that they are at a level where it's very reasonable for them to come back from orbit. Cool. Guys, I'm a sniffly tired. I need to end things. But you guys are absolutely all wonderful. Tomorrow we shall be back for more lovely homebrew. And yeah, like I said, later this week we're gonna be transitioning into streaming on Twitch for a little while. And we'll see how that goes, and I think it should be fun. And I don't think we'll start tomorrow on Twitch, but we might start Wednesday. Might be our first day on Twitch, which should be cool. Yeah, it should be a good time. All right, guys, you're absolutely the best. Thank you everyone for being here, for hanging out. We should do Twitch tomorrow. Buildo, maybe. It really depends on a lot of things. I have several meetings tomorrow, and it will depend largely on those. But you guys are absolutely the best. Have a good night. Be good to each other. Get home safe. And don't forget to feed your pets and eat your ice cream. Alrighty, guys. Again, thank you. You guys are the best. Have a good night. I will not be right back. But it is bedtime for me. Good night. Good night. Good night.
I don't think about it. About you leaving me. I don't know who I'd be. Would everything we built just turn to broken leaves? I don't think about it. walking out that door. Never hearing me talk to myself in the morning anymore. Would it all just turn and turn and turn and turn and turn and turn? You don't think about it. Maybe it scares you like it scares me. What do we do with all the possibilities? Doesn't it scare you like it scares me? What do we do with all the possibilities? We don't think about it. We don't think about it. We just fall into each other's arms, and we laugh and we cry and we dry each other's eyes, but we don't talk about it.